Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And what's going on tonight, guys? How's it going? I need to remind everybody of something right at the start.
But the people are retarded.
That's right. That's right. The people are retarded. So anyway, I will be joined by Good Logic in just a little bit. He is, of course, he told me he was out buying cigarettes. I don't know where he is. I don't know what's happening. He'll be on in a minute because we have something to discuss that is right up his alley here. Let's see. Oh my goodness. And I want to wait to announce. I mean, it's in the description, but I want to wait to announce it too much until he gets here. I have had quite a day. Oh boy. Was it just today that I had? Yeah, I guess it was just today. Was it today? I literally don't even remember. I had a new washer and dryer brought to the house. The old ones were on the way out, and they're getting kind of old. They were from the previous owner, and I honestly, I guess they were installed yesterday. But there's been all kinds of issues with the installation so far. But it was like, okay, well, we're going to go ahead and use these because we have them. And then the other issues, they can be fixed at some point. Oh my gosh. What kind of IEMs do I use? Ones that aren't in ear right now. Jeez. They can be fixed at some later point, but we've got some laundry to do, right? So today I was running the wash, and I was streaming on Locals. By the way, I've been doing some Locals live streams when I don't quite have the time to do a full YouTube live stream. I've been live streaming on Locals. If you want to watch that, if you want to be involved in the Locals live streams, there's only one way to do it, and that's rekietalaw.locals.com. It's a little bit of a different vibe over there. I mean, it's more laid back and casual than this show, which is hard to imagine, frankly, because this show is pretty laid back and casual. Anyway, I was on it, and we were running the first load of the laundry, and Lady Rackets sent a kid to come get me, and I'm like, what? So I go upstairs, and she's like, well, the washing machine was making some noise. I'm like, okay, well, it's a new washing machine. I don't know. But I look, and there's like some weird stuff on the ground, some like pieces of plastic. So that's odd. Which I still don't know what that's from. But it was like, okay, well, I guess it's not happening. So if it happens again, let me know. So I go back downstairs, and then she sends me a video. She sends me a video of the washer, and it's just like it is trying to lift off. It is insane. I had no idea. Like when people understate things. They're like, the washer made a noise. I'm like, okay, I don't know what that means, but when making a noise was the washer trying to leave the earth. And so I mentioned this on Locals, and I'm like, yeah, so I don't know what's going on. People are like, oh, it's not level. No, this was way more than it was not level. And then someone says, hey, I have I just got a washer and dryer. And did they remove the shipping pins or the shipping bolts? And I was like, or did you remove asking me if I removed them? Oh my gosh, my lights aren't on. I'll fix that in a minute. If I remove the shipping bolts, and I'm like, I don't even know. I didn't put them in. Someone delivered them and installed them in the house because we had other ones to take away. I'm not going to do that. It turns out they did not. They did not remove the shipping bolts. Yeah. So, uh, so I took them out now, and it seems to be working okay. The problem is I don't know, it could really damage the washer. I have no idea. Uh, the plastic you found with stuff inside your machine breaking apart from the shipping bolts. Yeah, I don't know what that stuff is. So now I don't know if they've been damaged. I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. Get them to replace it ASAP. Well, I got one of those little text surveys from the shipping company or whatever, and they're like, "Were you satisfied with your installation?" And I hadn't answered, so so I said, I just sent back today. I was like, "No, two issues here." Um. So yeah, we'll figure that out. But yeah, so I just wow. Wow. But anyway, I told them, what happened. They also our dryer when they installed our dryer, they were just lazy. So our previous dryer, we had the pedestal, drawers for the previous washer and dryer, and they were sold out of them for this washer and dryer. So it was like, okay, I don't know what exactly to do about that. So we'll just have them put in the washer and dryer for now, and then when they come in, when they have more of the drawers, we can just order the drawers. No big deal, right? Simple. Um, and and but the other ones were up on drawers, and so it looks like they had made a custom ventilation thing for the dryer, right? Because the previous dryer, since it's the probably when the room was originally built, they didn't have a dryer up on a pedestal, so the dryer thing was down by the floor, the vent out for the dryer. And so then when they put the new ones in, the previous ones, they had a custom thing made to raise up the dryer vent, but keep a low profile because it's not, you don't want one of those big hoses like doing this number snaking out because it's a smaller space. And so then this one, when they installed it, they just put a full size, that like the telescoping hose thing. They just put like a full size piece on there so the dryer is sticking way out. It should really only be like a couple inches at best. Um, and then I'll probably have to get something custom made when the drawers come in again. But anyway, so I was already annoyed about that shit. But then having the dryer or having the washer rattle like this is just a mess. So we'll figure that out tomorrow. Um, when they contact me back. But oh my gosh. Jordan. Yeah. Mine are Samsung too. I ordered the Samsung ones. They look nice, but very, 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 very frustrated with the installers. The other thing is the door's on the wrong side because I guess Asians are a backwards people. I that's the only thing I can figure out. The doors are on the wrong side. So I'm not sure what to do about that. I mean, it's not so simple. It seems like it should be, but it's not so simple as just swapping the places of the washer and the dryer. Because, again, where that dryer vent is seems to matter. But now yeah, we'll see. We'll have to fix it. I'm going to make someone else fix it, actually. It says you could switch the doors on the dryer. I know that. That looks easy. But when I look at the washer, it doesn't look as simple to switch the door on that one. Yeah, because the dryer has screw holes on both sides. The washer does not. But anyway, I'm going to make the installers do it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do shit. I'm going to make them come do the fucking work on themselves. Terrible. Terrible. I can't believe top loaders. No, thank you. I can't. I don't want to be reaching down into, what am I? Some sort of spry ute. I can just bend over and dive into a washing machine. No, thank you. Not ever. Nick has that stupid money. Installation was like $100. It's not. it was not that expensive. But yeah, the just very frustrating experience here. But like I said, I'm gonna make them do it, since their install team should have done all of this stuff. That's why you buy the installation. So anyway, let me turn on these lights. I'll be right back. It's annoying me. Okay. And yes, the other problem with it is, of course, you guys keep telling me to do it myself, but I'm not little. I'm not like muscular or anything, but I'm not like, if I were Attorney Tom, it would be much easier to move around in that room. There's a lot more, there's a lot more space when you're 4'8". Goodness gracious. It makes it a little difficult. By the way, I will never ever forgive Attorney Tom for his bad faith attacks on my good character. Okay. Turn on the lights, get a smart plug, you Luddite. Oh my goodness. So today we've got some things to discuss. Like I said, when Joe gets here, we'll discuss the agenda. We'll be discussing the agenda and it playing out in real time. I'm not sure what else we're going to discuss with him today, but we've got that. Cannibro. Look, Cannibro, get a bite to eat. He's got the COOF. He's got the COOF, and his trial is actually going to have a 1-week delay. So that's an interesting thing for him. He is going to have a 1-week delay in his trial, and that is the Cannibro, by the way, is the guy up in Wisconsin who chopped up his parents. Chandler Halderson, I think. I can never remember this guy's name. But Chandler Halderson, he is there's a budding theory out there, and I have no idea where this theory came from. I have no idea, but there's a budding theory about Chandler Halderson that not only did he shoot his parents and chop them up, but he also maybe ate part of them. I don't know where but it's developing online. And you may hear about it from time to time, that this is a distinct possibility, and the logic behind that is, if you've already murdered and chopped someone up, why not take a bite? I'm just saying. That's the logic out there. And I have no idea where that came from. But that's he's got the COOF, so his trial's on suspension for a week. It is this weird trial that is both it's both very interesting and very, very boring at the same time. It seems like it should be the most straightforward prosecution, but then there's weird stuff that keeps happening. And yesterday we were listening to the testimony of Chandler's girlfriend's mom's girlfriend, who looks like some cross between Gary Busey and a hippo, and who was talking about her unquenchable need to be topless in her own pool, while Chandler was at the property. Like, she honestly, like, couldn't stop herself. She was testifying to this, that that she was, she was just really hot, and she wanted to relax and get in the pool, and she just certainly wasn't going to wear a swimsuit or anything. Uh, they just kept saying she was topless. Now, I don't know if she's wearing swimsuit bottoms or just pants. It's you can't. These people are very strange. It doesn't make any sense. But they know that Chandler is at the property, and that they don't know where he is. He's just wandering around, apparently, or maybe sleeping, because the back hatch of his Subaru was open, so therefore he was probably asleep. Because that's logical, right? That's how you determine. You know what? I know someone's sleeping in their car if the back hatch of the Subaru is open. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get with my lesbian girlfriend, and we're going to ride around our riding lawnmower until we get to the swimming pool. And if that sentence sounds weird to you, that's a normal sentence in this case. No one's asking any questions like, wait a minute, is your lawnmower a two-seater? Because y'all aren't little chicks. These are not little girls on here. I don't understand how they both ride on a lawnmower. Like, what the hell is that? And they're riding on the lawnmower together to get to the pool, as two would do so. And they notice that the back hatch of the Subaru is open, like 200 yards away. And so they're like, oh, well, we'll just tootle on down there. Actually, only one of them says they'll tootle on down there. The other one said they just hopped right in the pool. But they tootle on down there and they can't find him. So he must be on a spiritual journey in the woods, because that's the next logical step for someone who hasn't ever been to the farm alone, is that they would just wander off into the woods. And why would we ask any questions about this or be concerned about it? In fact, I'm too sad and agitated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the girls out, right? And then I'm going to go hop into the pool with my lesbian lover. And then when he walks up out of nowhere, like RKO, and they're like, hey, Chandler, what's up? He's like, yeah, can I get in the pool? And the Consuela's like, no, Mr. Chandler, no. Her shirt did no here. And then he's like, fuck it, I'm getting in anyway. And he just jumps in the water with the naked lesbian and the and Consuela from Family Guy. And I don't understand why no one is bothered by this line of activity. I'm not exaggerating this at all. That's the worst part. I'm not even making joke. The only thing I changed was the lady's name, because I don't remember it, and she sounds like Consuela. That's what they testified to without exaggeration. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm thinking everybody's eating these parents. I can't figure out what happened to their 4th of July meal. Are these vampires? Do they do this every year? I don't know. But anyway, somehow, despite this guy being like probably locked up in prison, I don't know, and having a COOF mask on the entire time, he now has COVID. So I guess it's so weird. Dolce and Crest. That's the two's name. Dolce is the mom, That's actually not her name. That's just what she goes by. And Cress, who I'm pretty sure that's not her name, but that's also what she goes by. Because her name, someone on Kiwi Farm said like her name sounds like a Star Wars nightmare or something, Star Wars fan fiction nightmare or something like that. Uh, it's insane. Oh, and the girlfriend, she, oh, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. This chick's working the carving station at Old Country Buffet for all I care. We're supposed to think about again. I'm not making this up. I'm not exaggerating. This is a thing that happened and was testified to. The prosecute well, the this part uh might have been testified to, but the prosecutor mentioned it in his opening statement. I don't know if they've interviewed the detectives who have seen who looked at the house for yet, but they will testify to the fact that this guy burned parts of his parents' bodies in the fireplace at his house. And the reason they know that, according to the prosecutor, is that he took at least the head of one of them and probably more and put it in the fireplace. And when fat from humans starts to render in a fire, it fuels the fire, right? The fat kind of renders out and is pushed out through the things like the skin or whatever, and then it combusts, and then the fire burns really hot, and so that it burst the glass pane in front of the protective glass screen in front of the fireplace. It busted one of those from the heat. However, and this is again not exaggerating this, the testimony or the opening argument from the prosecutor is that he then went in and cleaned up the mess inside the fireplace, like the soot and goop or whatever that's left over after you cook a human. He cleaned that up, but what he didn't clean up, he just missed a spot, was a chunk of the head that he left in there, allegedly. Just left a big piece of mom's skull in the fireplace and just put like a log on top of it. You got everything else out there. He just sweeps out the whole chimney or whatever, scoops up everything, because they show you the picture and you're like, well, there's 2 new logs. What's that black thing? Oh, that's a piece of mom. That's her head. Maybe dad. Don't really know. It's just a chunk. And and okay, if that's not the worst though, if we're still with me here, not only that, the girlfriend sleeps over the night after that this had happened. So like that happens during the daytime or whatever. She sleeps over at the house. And tell me she doesn't smell people barbecue. What did he do? Hang up a bunch of little Febreze trees or something? What do we come on? Come on. So she just stays over there. Oh, it's no big deal. Nobody's asking any questions. Like the neighbors, on crematoriums, they have to put all these kind of filters and screens so it doesn't smell. So people aren't showing up for like Franklin's barbecue every day. Like, oh, what's going on? You guys having a cookout? It's like, no, we're rendering people out. This is terrible. We're turning people into ashes that are dead. You shouldn't be here. They have to put all sorts of stuff on there so you don't smell it. This guy just toasts someone in the old fireplace. Nobody around cares about this. Nobody notices. No smell reported by anybody. I don't buy this at all. At all. Oh, yes. She also bought the peroxide and helped him clean up the entire mess, which he says was from a small cut on his foot. Now, I don't know how big the mess was. We don't know how big the mess was, but what we do know is that the small cut on his foot from his parents, he hacked their bodies up with a saw. For his dad, he cut his legs off in the middle of the legs. I think there'd be a mess that's bigger than, oh, I cut my foot while walking or whatever. It doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. Like, how much peroxide did you buy? All of it? I should find should find that picture of let me see if I can find Chandler Halderson fireplace picture. Have that? It's got to be somewhere. Here we go. Here we go. This. Here we All right. So again, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. This just got crazier as I thought about it, though. So remember, he has cleaned out the fireplace, which you can tell he's cleaned out the fireplace because there's barely anything in there, right? So he's cleaned out the fireplace. This is post burning the bodies or parts of the bodies. So you can see you got a log here, and you got this newspaper over here. Like you know, if you're going to start another fire. Oh, and what's on top of the two logs? Oh, it's on top of the two logs. That means he cleaned it out and put it back in. What? I mean, what? So not only did he just miss his piece, he's like, throws it back in. I don't get it. I don't get it. I girlfriend seems in on it to me. She seems sus. I don't trust any of these people. They still haven't found most of the bodies. Like most of the parents are still missing. Neighbor testified today about the smell. Oh, good. Well, somebody did at least. Huh. Anyway, this whole case, here's what I mean though. Like this should be pretty obvious, right? Like he's the last person to see them alive. But again, think about it this way. You've got a police department and a prosecution team that had the prosecutors flat out said. Now the girlfriend may have unwittingly helped in some of this stuff, but let me be clear. She didn't do anything wrong. He's he's adamant. He tells the jury she didn't do anything wrong. Because it's going to look bad when the girlfriend comes out and, helps clean up a bunch of blood and probably viscera from that toe scrape or whatever that he got. So the girlfriend didn't do anything wrong. I just don't believe him. What was happening right before this, the day before they're killed, the girlfriend has text messages to Chandler, right? And she says, she's like, "Hey, why can I see you or whatever?" And he's like, "Nah, I'm grounded, fam." And she's like, "Still? You're still grounded." He's 23, but he lives with his parents, so I guess he could still be grounded or whatever. Or he's lying to her, right? But that's actually irrelevant here. He says he's grounded, so he can't see her. She's fed up with him being grounded because she wants to see her Chandler boo or whatever. So she texts him back, "I'm about to call your mom or text your mom and talk to her about this." She's angry. She's angry about him being grounded. She's angry at the parents about preventing them from seeing each other. So the day before these parents are murdered, you have the daughter texting to the alleged killer that she's mad at the person who's dead. Now, usually if you've got someone angry at someone who ends up being killed the next day, you look into it, right? And I don't know, maybe the police did look into it. Who knows? But then you also have her mom testifying that she was a little frustrated with the mom of Chandler right before the murder. Anyway, I don't know. This should be straightforward. It doesn't seem to be, but hey, I've filled enough time. We're here. We're here. Good old Joe.
How are you, my brother? Good evening.
How you doing, man?
I'm awesome. I actually was thinking about watching this trial and streaming it the way you did Rittenhouse. Like, this trial is
This
like,
one.
yeah. I was like, you know what? I think people are interested. It's like creepy enough. It's like, I'm going for the whole creepy vibe tonight. you can see like with the lighting
Yeah,
situation
it's
I have here.
dark.
Yeah.
Oh, who are you eating?
Actually, so my eldest daughter gave birth last week, and
Congrats.
thank you.
Congrats, Grandpa Joe.
Thank you very much. It's her second, and my second, and those are my only two grandsons. And they moved in basically till she for like a couple of weeks or so. So my
Yeah.
studio is in the attic. My normal studio is normally in the attic. In preparation for this, Lady Logic moved me downstairs into the bedroom. So she's actually
Ooh.
sleeping here in the room, and I'm just I'm sort of streaming from my own bedroom right now.
She's sleeping in the room next to you?
She'll sleep right now. She'll sleep right through this. But
No, she won't.
Oh yeah, she will. Totally.
It's my job to make you laugh uproariously.
Now she's talking in her sleep. She's like, I'm never gonna fall asleep with you here. But like, she's totally asleep. She's fast asleep. She doesn't realize it. She thinks she's
not
awake.
asleep.
She thinks she's awake, but she's mistaken. She's totally mistaken. So
well, I've got a topic to fire you up tonight. So I hope she's ready for what happens. Maybe we should do it early, and then I can let you go so that the poor wonderful lady can get some sleep.
She'll be fine. No, she actually now she's basically been taking care of these kids like all day. So, and which she loves, like she's seriously, if she wishes there was like 48 hours in a day just so that she could spend that much more time. She's like, it's literally like heaven for her, taking care of like her own little grandkids. So she loves it, but it's still exhausting. So
yeah, which is why I don't want to keep you here forever, keeping her awake, because I don't care how much you lie about her being asleep. Like, I'm not an idiot.
No, she's cool. She's really fine. What's on your mind, my brother? What do you want? What do you want me to get into tonight?
I'm gonna say
I see you named the stream about agendas and stuff like that.
I'm gonna say 3 letters followed by a word, and I just want to know if they trigger anything for you. The letters are U, S, A, and the word is today. Does that trigger anything? Do you know about this?
Do I know about this? Are you kidding me? I thought I was going to be banned from Twitter. How do you not know? I even mentioned in our little LawTube chat that I'm probably going to get knocked off. Oh, okay. Yeah, that I'm probably going to be knocked off of Twitter because of the tweet that I sent about that today. So, and I basically got into it. Yeah, I got into it after the quartering. Basically, you can blame him totally. It's his fault. But
well, most things are. The Holocaust, one of the things.
Well, clearly. Yeah, but
he doxed Hitler. You know that's what happened, right? Like
that's what got him so ticked off.
Yeah. Jeremy doxed Hitler, and he blamed it on a Jewish guy.
How do we solve the Jewish problem? The Jewish problem, Jeremy Hamley. Wow, you wouldn't think it wouldn't have been that much trouble, but apparently, like, he was thorough. So, so I quote tweeted him because he was like, he just put in quotes something to the effect of, "Please don't hate pedophiles" or something to that effect. And
because that's what they were saying, right? Like they were saying that. So he was summarizing them with a quote, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm making sure. I'm like, look, Joe, I'm building a wood chipper list, and so I'm just making sure that I didn't think he had to go on it, but look, I don't discriminate. I mean, if you belong in the chipper, then you go in the chipper. That's how it goes.
Right. And the maps belong on a wall, and this is clearly. I mean, I even like. By the way, hold on a second. I even tagged you in my tweet.
Yeah, but I didn't see what you wrote, Joe.
Yeah,
I didn't see it. I've barely been on Twitter today.
So pull it up now. Pull it up for the audience because you got
what you tagged, what you said.
Well, I tagged you and I addressed this. I can read it. What's funny is that someone actually commented that they actually read my tweet and can picture me screaming into the mic and pointing my finger at the audience. While they were reading, they actually hear my voice and picture me pointing at them, screaming.
A list of things that Joe has tagged today: Adam Kinzinger,
no,
Papa Dave,
no.
Let's see. He retweets Jenna Ellis.
Yeah, I did retweet journalists. That's true.
Retweets Biden. Oh, very progressive of you. That's nice.
Look, hey, the guy needs his love.
Okay, here's where you tag me. Let me pull this up. Here we go. I freaking told you. I told all of you. The sick agenda started with the elitist lie of born gay. You have only two choices. Stand with me and publicly reject the elitist lie born gay, or give your tacit blessing to every sickening dysphoria. Wow.
So
wow, Joe.
Choose which side of the fence. No more straddling. There's no more straddling, because this lie is going to be used over and over again. I predict this. It's going to happen for sure with incest. It's going to happen with every form of sexual dysphoria. So choose your side. Are you on the side? Or else you have a choice. Either choose a side, or you tell me how it is that it's possible that we can say that scientifically it makes sense that someone is born gay but not born with another type of sexual dysphoria. Tell me how we distinguish that when born gay was never actually proven scientifically. So once you're able to basically take science, say science means whatever is the hell we want it to mean. So we're just going to rip up the word what traditionally science means, and just means it's sort of science-y to say this because it makes us feel good to believe it. So if you want to go with that perspective, then you're going to open up Pandora's box. Now that box is open, all the snakes are slithering everywhere. Where it's like, well, you're going to say that. Well, if you're saying it about this, well, in that case, it also works for those people who want to have sex with dead people, and those people want to have sex with animals. Those people want to have sex with little kids. All these things basically are equally. Someone could justifiably say, "Hey, I was born that way. I was born this way. I was born with all of them. Hey, I'm the panorama of it all. Why not? Why is it any less logical?" So that's what. So if you can distinguish why it's more logical to say born gay than born any of those others, okay, great. Then walk me through that distinction. If you can't give me that distinction, then you need to clamp down on this lie. And by clamping on the lie, that's not being anti-homosexual. So I want to be clear about this, because someone called me on this on my show tonight. Saying that you're not born gay is not any sort of justification in the world for someone to say that you should discriminate against gays, harm gays, or do anything wrong to gays. Because I'm not saying that the gay guy down the street from me, he started this agenda. Of course he didn't. He's just living his life. And anyone who wants to judge him for that, well, shame on you. What the hell is wrong with you that you're judging him? You're an idiot. There's something wrong with you. If you're going to do physical harm to him, you should go to hell and jail, both. But to tell me,
you go to hell and then jail in hell.
Yes, you should. You're a terrible, terrible, terrible person. But at the same time, just because he chose that to lie and say, well, he was born, he came out of the womb, and as soon as they pulled him out of his mother's out of that placenta, he was gay. That's crap. That's just a lie. It was
before he was pulled out of the placenta that he was gay, Joe.
Right. That's true. Yeah, if you aborted him, science. If you aborted him, that gay kid, well, hell, that's discrimination against gays. What kind of stupidity? It's so ridiculous. So that's why I'm saying why I'm saying to you is we need to start calling out BS when we say BS, instead of saying, okay, you know what, it's a nice way, it's a nice thing to believe it, and this way maybe it'll help society, that people will stop being mean to gays. No, you say stop being mean to gays because if you're mean to gays, you're an a-hole. There's something wrong with you. That's why, not because they born that way, because they made choices. You made tons of choices in your life. So who are you to judge? Only a dick judges other people. So that's the reason.
I judge other people all the time.
Well, yeah, but you're judging someone. You're not judging groups of people. You're not judging. You're judging individuals. You're judging individuals who basically decide that they want to, or people who are making conscious decisions to basically harm others.
Okay, yeah, like so people who play Soul Calibur, for example.
Right. Okay, but you also on maps. You know what? You're judging maps as a group, as a collective.
I said people who play Soul Calibur. Yeah.
I don't know what Soul Calibur means. I thought that was some stupid video game that you didn't like.
It is.
Oh, is he saying all of them are maps? Okay.
Come on, Joe.
I'm sorry. It's just sort of ting, ting, ting. Like the brain is just sort of creeping along it. So
okay. So I am here, of course, to be the voice of reason, because you're here to foment all this anger and hatred, and that's why I brought you on. Frankly, I needed a hate factory, and no, so I brought you on to disprove you, to argue against you, to tell you that this isn't going to happen, because what you have not done, Joe, is you are not aware of the science. You're not aware of the science. And I'm here to bring you the science. I mean, it says right in the tweet, the science on pedophilia has improved.
Oh, has it?
No, see, the first thing I thought about from this, right,
The science.
I was thinking about the science on pedophilia has improved, and I pick up and I'm like, oh, okay, what is it? Yeah, we used to throw them from walls. I guess now throw them out of helicopters. So the science is getting better, I guess, is the idea.
Physics. We're proving
right?
physics with them.
So we can increase the
the
force.
G-forces, yeah, as their faces are rushing to the ground from extended heights.
So there's that, but no. So someone did go ahead, and we've got USA Today, because this whole thing was deleted by USA Today. This is gone. This has been scrubbed from the internet. And who would
have thought defending pedophilia is a bad look? Who would have thought such a thing? I mean, I guess that's a good thing that it's still considered a bad look, because 5 years from now, it will not be considered a bad look.
So USA Today tweets, a previous thread did not include all information, and the story it was written about is behind a paywall. We made the decision to delete the thread. Well, the good news is the story is not, it's not really behind a paywall. I don't know what they're talking about, because I have it and I didn't pay anything.
I was going to say, I struggle with the whole New York Times thing, because I won't pay them their stupid $1 a month that they want for me to read their articles. And sometimes there's something important in there. So
you can always find New York Times on the archive. The archive always has New York Times. But this one, I didn't even go to the archive. I just went straight here. I'll show you. I just went and is this it? Here we go. Here it is. USA Today, the complicated research behind pedophilia.
Here we go.
Posted January 10th. So, and this is not, this is not the archive site. This is it. This is the whole thing. It's all here. So I don't know what they're talking about. We'll go through it in a minute, because I want, Joe.
Are they going to identify the pedo gene?
I want your blood vessels to burst. That's what I'm here for.
So, I want to know, are you considered a pedophobe?
Am I a pedophobe?
Yeah.
Once I hit 18, I was no longer allowed to be a pedophobe.
No, because
I'm inherently unafraid of pedophiles, because they're of no danger to me.
This is another pet peeve of mine, which I don't know if I should go in, because that's going to
do you have
some people.
Are you a pedophobe? Are you phobic? Are you scared of pedophiles?
Why do they use the term homophobe?
Is it irrational? Because isn't a phobia an irrational fear of something?
I think it just means fear in Greek. I don't know if it means irrational. But why is it called homophobia and not anti-homosexual?
I don't know. Because it's better marketing, right? Like, I'd rather be anti-spider than arachnophobic.
It's far more.
But if I'm from Big Spider, I want to label my detractors as arachnophobes, right? Like that, it's driving their irrational fear of spiders, when no one should be afraid of cuddly little 8-legged creatures that can bite and literally kill you. No one should be afraid of them at all, right? Like they just crawl up, from your toilet seat onto your leg and bite you in your anus, and you die from it. Why would anybody be afraid of that?
Arachnophobe.
Right.
Yeah. I don't like spiders either. You're preaching to the choir on that.
No, they're wonderful.
And they say transphobe also now, right? They never said transphobe 10 years ago.
That's technically, if we replace spiders with trans people or gay people, if I'm sitting on the toilet and a gay person crawls out of my toilet onto my leg and bites me in my anus, I'm just as terrified as them as I am of spiders. Like,
but they're just as afraid of your anus as your anus is afraid of them.
I'm not so sure that's true, Joe. I think that's the opposite.
That was my reassuring parental voice. So
I need some liquor for this article.
Okay, so I'll tell you the reason they chose phobe. It's not that. Is anyone afraid? Like, oh my gosh, there's some gay people better cross the street. People are less likely to say that than they are about Jews. Oh
my gosh, all those loud colors Jews on their outfits, honey. Let's cross the street.
No one's considered no one's called a Semitophobe. They're called an anti-Semite. Why are they not called a Semitophobe? There's a reason for this. There's an answer to the question. It's a rhetorical question.
Is it bad marketing by the Jews?
No.
Shouldn't they be Semitophobes?
The reason they chose the term phobe is to imply that every human being is a homosexual. But those people who are speaking out against homosexuality, the only reason that they do that is because they recognize their homosexual urges and they are embarrassed. They're afraid of those urges. That latent homosexuality within you is what is causing you to manifest itself in being anti-homosexuality. So they in their universe, and this is again the marketing of the gay agenda, not your typical dude down the street. He's just been taught to parrot that term. But the marketing and why they come up with that term is basically to say that every human is gay. And the same thing. And now think of how insidious it's gotten to transsexual. Every human is a transsexual. You're transphobic. You're afraid of your own transsexuality.
You got this backwards.
Okay.
You got this backwards, Joe, because we're all Jews. Right? I read Noah. I read the book. So you've got it backwards because if everybody was homosexual, it would be anti-homosexual because since we're all Jews descended from Noah, because I read the Bible and I know this, then that's how it goes. You've got it backwards. You've got this mixed up.
Okay, so just to clarify that point, I'm not sure if you're making it, if this is part of your whole Australia bit here, but
Australia bit. It's in the Bible, Joe.
Noah's not Jewish.
What?
Noah wasn't a Jew.
Where's he from then?
Okay, so let me walk you through.
Walk me through.
Yeah, Abraham is 10th generation descendant of Noah, and he's the first Jew. But there are plenty of non-Jews.
Oh, he's the first Jew because what? Because God was finally like, "I name you Jew." Like God named the Jew now. God did it.
Actually,
he's like,
I'm going to say this like
he's like
Abraham, internet troll.
CNN. There you go. God has named them.
So the whole bris milah thing, the whole circumcision thing, my brother, which recently I've been trolled by anti-circumcision people. They like literally follow me from one thread to another, saying this guy's worse than Ghislaine Maxwell because he wants to rape babies. They've actually called me a baby rapist like over and over again, which I was wondering if I can sue them and Twitter for that. I was thinking about suing Twitter. I know
Twitter
you can say Section 230.
Yeah,
and all that other crap, but I think that they're an agent of the government, so well, whatever. But that's for a different day. So, so that basically the covenant between Abraham and his descendants is basically why that covenant comes with circumcision. So the reason,
but what does that have to do with Noah being a Jew?
He's not. He's not. He did. By the way, he was given like 7.
From?
They're actually
he's an Israelite, right?
No, he's not.
I don't know, man. I thought Adam was like the first Israelite. He's the first of God's chosen people. And then it's like, we get down to Methuselah or whatever.
Yeah.
Enoch. All these guys.
Enosh, yeah.
Lot.
Yes.
And his wife. Salty bitch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some biblical scholars on this. I need my Bible bros to help me out because I was always under the impression that was the line. Like that's the line.
I'll tell you something interesting. There actually is something called Noahide laws, which these are people who are not Jewish who follow based on Jewish tradition, because Jews don't believe that non-Jews are supposed to become Jewish. You're not supposed to follow faith. Don't do anything.
Yeah, there's
like
not
that.
Like evangelism, right?
There's no evangelism. We're actually anti.
Yeah.
In fact, if someone wants to convert, if they have to really push hard for us to say, fine, you're that dedicated to becoming Jewish, we'll let you in, but we think you're being stupid because you can go to heaven just as easily if you're not Jewish. So why would you want to change your life like that? But there is something that we have a concept called Noahide laws, which is basically 7 laws that were given to Noah, that you follow these 7 laws and boom, straight to heaven. There you go.
And was one of them be Jewish?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Don't be Jewish.
I'm not even joking. I was always under the impression that Noah was like obviously not part of the covenant with Abraham, which would come subsequent to his passing, but that's we're talking about the same genetic line of people.
No, we're not. We're not. Okay, so just no one wants to hear this. People don't want to hear this. They want to hear this, really? Okay, fine.
Wait,
it's your show.
You're telling me that there's not a genetic lineage from Adam to Abraham, which must necessarily go through Noah.
There is. Yes.
It has to go through Noah.
In fact, there's 10 generations from Adam to Noah and 10 generations from Noah to Abraham. So
then some more. Yeah. So it's the same genetic lineage. So it's
But if Abraham's the first Jew, and then in fact that actually gets filtered out because he has two sons. One is Ishmael, and the other is Isaac.
Yeah, and Ishmael's where the Mohammeds come from.
That's correct. Arabs come from Ishmael. And that's why they have circumcision, because they basically embrace that through Abraham. In fact, Ishmael actually says in the Bible that Ishmael himself was 13 when he agreed to get circumcised, and that was considered. Even Jews recognize that as something that's actually.
He wasn't the hairy one, was he? Was he the hairy one?
No, that's actually Isaac had twin boys. So the twin boys were Jacob and Esau. Esau was the hairy one. Esau actually becomes the progenitor of Rome. Actually, Rome ends up coming from, and Germans end up coming from.
So Romans are hairy because of Esau. Okay, I got it. Basically. Okay, anyway, this is getting way deeper than I wanted to on the subject. I just didn't believe in your Noah denialism. I didn't think that was real, and then here you are. You're defending it. So
yeah, no, I'm big. The closest we say about non-Jews is basically part of the Noahide laws is just be monotheistic. Don't believe in multiple gods. That's one of the 7 Noahide laws. But that doesn't mean.
What if you only believe in one of the multiple gods?
No, I guess.
Like you're just like Apollo's cool, but the rest of them suck, right? Like
no, it's like one all-powerful god, basically.
Well, Apollo's got very big muscles.
He does. He's got to
pull that bowstring, right?
Right. No, go for it.
Okay, let's do this. So
let's get into the whole pedophilia thing because that's way more entertaining.
Yeah. So this guy, Stone Cold Steve Autism. He says that's okay, we have a copy, and so he's got the thread here. Oh my gosh.
Are you going to read to me? Are you going to prove to me that pedophilia is something that people are born with?
Well, we're going to look at the thread and then we're going to look at the article, because remember, that was the thing. They said it wasn't complete. The thread was missing. It was missing information from the article. Okay. And so I'm going to science pill you on the diddlers. Okay, Joe? So here we go. To the chat, this is science. So we think we know what a pedophile is. There's a lot we're misunderstanding.
Who's we? Is that supposed to mean like we, not them?
The royal we, according to Vito.
But that's not what it actually. I mean, I don't think that's what they mean, because I think they're saying we actually know better than you, but we're going to refer to ourselves as if we're part of the stupid group with you before we show you how much smarter we are than you are. So they're actually. It's one of those exclusive we's. It means we meaning you think it's a we that means you, not we royal we. But
so it says. In recent decades, the science on pedophilia has improved. One of the most significant findings is that pedophilia is likely determined in the womb.
Yeah.
Though environmental factors may influence whether someone acts on an urge to abuse.
And that's what I was really hitting on. That's exactly what I was saying. Born pedo. That's the same thing as born gay. Tell me how it's different.
I'm telling you that the science is there, Joe. You're a denialist. Denying science all over the place. It's very concerning. The evidence suggests it is inborn. It's neurological, said James Cantor, PhD, a sex researcher and an expert on pedophilia.
Okay, there's no such thing as an expert sex researcher.
How do you become an expert on pedophilia?
Yeah, and that's also very disturbing. It's very just someone who comes to you. Are you going to let someone's like? I'm gonna picture this. Okay, it's 15 years from now, and this
guy looks like that.
And your daughter brings home her boyfriend, and you say, "Oh, so what are you studying?" It's like, "Oh, I'm studying to become an expert sex researcher."
What actor does this guy look like?
Which guy?
Hold on, I'm about this picture. I think it's really just this picture. He looks like that one actor, but with hair, from the House of Sand and Fog. I like the actor. What's his name? Anyway, this is him. This is James Cantor, PhD.
He's cruel.
He's cruel. I mean, how do you know?
Oh, because I actually have this book, this Chinese thing called Secrets of the Face, where you can look at someone's face and actually figure out some of their characteristics that manifest themselves in the way their face appears.
Ben Kingsley. Yeah, he looks like Ben Kingsley with hair.
Nothing like Ben Kingsley at all. Not even like remotely close.
He looks like Ben Kingsley with hair. A poll. We're doing a poll.
Oh my God.
Does this pedo doc look like Ben Kingsley?
So hollows in
Yes.
in the corners of the mouth is indicative of someone who has cruel tendencies.
I have those, but they're hidden by my mustache.
No, you don't. No, you
don't. Joe, stop Nick guarding. Okay, so to the chat, does this guy look like Ben Kingsley but with hair?
He looks more like Mandy Patinkin than Ben Kingsley, and he doesn't look like Mandy Patinkin.
No, Manny, not Mandy. Mandy.
It is Mandy. It's not Mandy Patinkin. It's Mandy Patinkin. Oh my gosh.
Mandy? Why would his name be Mandy?
I don't know. Maybe he was born in Australia, Nick.
He can't have been. He looks terrible these days. He looks like someone too, but not himself. Okay, anyway, it is Mandy. You're right. That's embarrassing for you, I guess. Because here I am defaulting on the side of manliness. Like, no, his name is Manny. Manny's a man. Like, how much more manly of a name can you get than the name that has man in it?
I don't know. I'm not one of those people who thinks that being wrong is being manly. I'm sorry. No, I'm not accepting that. That's like a trope that's been foisted upon you by our subversive culture.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. His name was Man New York, Manny, and now it's Mandy, a woman. So you tell me what you would choose. Okay, so anyway, this guy definitely to me looks like Ben Kingsley with hair, but the chat split on it, 56-44 in the chat so far. So
against,
yeah, against it.
Yeah.
Now, all the other pictures of him do not look at all like Ben Kingsley, right? Like all of the other pictures look very, very different. Okay, anyway, let me pull out his.
So this is the creepy guy who studies pedophilia.
Yeah, I'm pulling up his Wikipedia page so we can learn about him.
Yeah, I think that's important.
This seems very important.
Yeah.
So James Cantor is an American Canadian. Okay, all right.
There you go. I think we don't need to read any further.
Not really, but we're gonna.
What is an American Canadian? What is an American Canadian?
I don't know. We'll find out. He grew up in Long Island, New York, and attended Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute.
I'm familiar with
majored in what? You've heard of that?
Yeah, it's in upstate New York.
Where he majored in computer science with minors. Oh no, in mathematics and physics.
So that obviously you can understand how he's a sex researcher. That's clearly he has all the makings of a future sex researcher because basically he was one of the geeks studying math and physics.
I just think that this is just kind of a funny sentence. They should have just ended it here.
Oh,
computer science with minors. During his studies at RPI, he became a resident advisor in the student dormitories. Oh, so he's a fucking snitch. Oh. Where he provided peer counseling. Finding that he enjoyed doing this more than his studies, he decided to pursue a doctorate in psychology. After obtaining his MA in psychology from Boston University, he was awarded a PhD in clinical psychology by McGill in 1999, supervised by Irv Binnick and James Faust for using oxytocin to reverse a fluoxetine-induced sexual dysfunction in male rats. Okay. So he's held some positions. He's got some research. Views on pedophilia.
There you go.
On CNN in 2012, Cantor expressed the view that society should make it easier for persons who are sexually attracted to children but have never committed any sexual offenses to receive support and assistance in staying offense-free.
Tell me he's not a pedo.
Now, hold on. I'll take the difficult position. Mm-hmm. It should be easier for non-offending pedos, right, to get support. I guess. Is it hard? Is that a difficult thing for them to do?
Probably. I mean, I don't know. Like if they go into a psychologist and admit that they have urges like that.
I mean, the psychologist can't report them to the police or anything like that, can they?
I will ask you a controversial question. What some people might be deemed controversial. Do you think that there's a difference between Jack Murphy, who, and people get this confused. They try and defend Jack Murphy by saying 15 years younger than him, not 15 years old. But there were interviews with Jack Murphy where he said a woman reaches her sexual prime when she's 15, and why shouldn't she have sex with a man in his sexual prime, which is much older than that? So he definitely believes in that.
In the one, he was talking about his fiance now, who was
Right.
not 15 at the time
She's
that she
25.
was saying that. Right. So that when he says 15 years my junior, she was 15 years younger than him. He was 40. She was 25. But you're right. He went on Tim Pool at a different time, and he was saying that women reach sexual maturity at 15, which is weird because there's actually not. That's physical maturity, not sexual maturity. Those are different things, and it is not 15. It varies greatly from female to female. I mean, there are stories of tragic stories of girls as young as 9 and 10 years old giving birth because of some sort of assault, and then there are other women who would mature later, but like the idea that 15 is the number is crazy. Like that's not true. It's not even normative. Like 15 would be post-puberty. Anyway, never mind. We're not going to talk about this.
But do you think there's a distinction between someone who has a hunger towards a 15-year-old versus someone who has a hunger for a 5-year-old?
I think there's a difference. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's basic.
One has
right?
one is, and there are different terms for it, right? There's pedophiles versus hebophiles or something.
Is that what it's called? I never heard that term before.
It's hebophilia or something. The chat will correct me on it, but I'm pretty sure it's like hebophilia or ebophilia, something like that. Ebophilia.
I mean, they're both completely disgusting. But it's different levels of disgustingness.
Yeah, it's a different it's a little bit different, but yes, there is a difference though, obviously, because one is small and is not developed in the same way as the other, and so there's distinction to be made for sure. They can all get the wood chipper.
Yeah, 100%.
So that being said, here we go. But I do here. I'm mildly conflicted because if someone does have some desire for children, I want them to get that fixed. I don't care if they need to be Mike Pence shocked into it. Like I don't know what the treatment would be, but I definitely want them fixed. But there should probably be some precautions put in place, like keeping them away from children at all costs.
Right.
Because this is the reality of anything. Is we're all a stressful day from becoming our worst person, right? And causing harm. So if you're a violent person, you're a stressful day from slugging a cop in the face, right? Like that's just a reality. You have to be on guard against those things. And so if you have a bad day at work, you get a flat tire, all this bad stuff's happening to you during the day, then you have to be aware of what you're at risk of doing. Like if you're a violent drunk or something, and you drink a lot after a bad day and you start hitting your spouse, like that's something that should be recognized. So if someone's a danger to children, they should be removed from children as fast as possible.
Indeed.
Compassionately removed, maybe with a catapult or a bullet or something. What the hell do you do?
I actually
put him on an island.
I just had a visual of the catapult right now. So
combine the catapult and the bullet and call it.
I picture
pedo trap shoot,
swinging head over foot.
Pull. No, but you got to do something. So this is the problem. Like we have this conflicting view, and I think this is where people are really hesitant to this sort of message, right? Because they probably they get the conceptual, we want people to not be a danger to children, but they also want to remove the danger from happening. Like if someone's prone to beating their wife, while they get treatment, I want them to be away from their wife. Like I want them to be removed from the person while they work on that so they don't interim beat their wife or husband or whatever it is.
Yep.
And but we have a real problem saying, I get it. Let's make the reverse of Pedo Island, right? And instead, like, just promise them a bunch of youngsters will be around, and then when they get there, they realize that it's just a bunch of other pedophiles, and they can get treatment or something.
Hey, where are all the girls at?
Or boys, don't discriminate, Joe.
Fair enough. But I just want to point out that what you're really touching on is the whole issue as far as how you look at the prison system. which is it to keep society safe from potentially violent individuals, or is it for rehabilitation, which is two totally different purposes. And that's essentially what you're dealing with here, as far as keeping kids safe from the Brett Bloms of the world, as opposed to having them do drag queen story hour versus getting them help.
Yeah. Why is the ground made of wood chippers?
What's that churning sound?
It's just a giant Sarlacc pit or whatever. No, but yeah, it's and we closed down all of the it was what, the late 80s when they did this. They started shutting down all the institutions, right? Like all of the non-prison institutions, and prisons in a lot of way became the place where the mentally ill went, right? Like instead of sending them to various state hospitals, and to be fair, some of those hospitals were absolute nightmares.
Yeah.
But instead of sending people into state hospitals, they got routed into the prison system, which is a different kind of nightmare, but still a nightmare. And so
what they call that in the show Gotham? It was like called Arcade or something.
Arkham,
like
Arkham Asylum. They stole that from they stole that from H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, Arkham is.
I figured that was right in your wheelhouse. You had so many struggles so far tonight that I had to give you one that you could just pop right out of the park like this.
The interesting thing, of course, is that I've been right about literally everything. And just as a polite host, I'm just giving you the win.
I'm not that drunk yet. I'm not that drunk yet.
Okay, so anyway, in his view, it is the sexual offenses, child molestation, and not the sexual attractions that merit social sanctions. One cannot choose to not be a pedophile, but one can choose to not be a child molester. See, I think I disagree with that.
You see, that's the whole born pedo.
Yeah,
that's born pedo.
He stated that in his experience, pedophiles who commit sexual offenses against children do so when they feel the most desperate, when they have nothing to lose, nothing in their lives worth protecting. No, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. Okay.
This is what happens when you get a computer degree to sit here trying to become a sex researcher. It's ridiculous.
Right. And now this goes to what I was saying, that everyone is always a very stressful day away from becoming their worst selves. But that's not why people have sex with children, for example. That's not the only reason. That just means that someone who was non-offending can become offending if something goes wrong, if they have this thing. But that's not why people do it. It's not like every pedo out there's like, oh, I had a bad day, I'm going to have sex with a kid. That's not how that progression works. A lot of them just like want it.
The same way a lot of violent people, when they have a bad day, don't look for a cop to punch in the face.
Right. And they don't need if you're violent, you don't need a bad day to punch someone. You just, if you're trying not to hit people,
it's just give me a reason. Just give me a reason.
You don't even need a reason sometimes. Look, sometimes you just gotta punch someone right in the fucking teeth. Yeah. I want the imprint of your dentures on my knuckles.
Nice.
Okay. So he says he recommends that therapists use cognitive behavioral therapy and other techniques to reduce feelings of isolation and hopelessness so that pedophiles can lead productive, offense-free lives. Why don't you try and make them not attracted to kids?
Yeah. There has to be like a way to sort of undo that.
Yeah, because I believe look, I know. Just have a bunch of kids saying a bunch of far right extremist stuff or whatever. Right? We'll turn all the liberal pedos into, they're like, I can't be attracted to kids ever again. They keep they keep quoting Donald Trump. Kids everywhere are quoting Trump.
So
I'm a genius, Joe. I've cured pedophilia.
You cured pedophilia by basically saying you're going to send them to the Children of Trump rallies. Are you going to volunteer your kids for that duty? I don't think you are.
Have my kids just say a bunch of Trump quotes all day?
Yeah. Brian Stelter's fake news.
Hey, Joe, on the Ben Kingsley question, I just want to point out we're at 50-50 and it just passed over into yes.
You have host privilege, though. You have host privilege.
Host privilege?
Yeah.
My
you
chat loves to disagree with me. What are you talking about?
Please, I'm the most disagreeable human out there. That's why you bring me on here.
Okay, so he stated that the online group Virtuous Pedophiles.
Virtuous Pedophiles.
There's a group called.
Oh my god!
It's an internet-based mutual support group. FBI, open up. We're checking your servers.
Yeah, seriously. If that isn't an invitation for glowies, I don't know what is.
There's a server farm in America that needs to be raided ASAP. It's that one. All the pictures are coming from within the FBI. Get out, boys, get out.
Well, the way our FBI is so woke today, look, if they can't find Ray Epps, they're not going to be able to find these people.
No, Ray Epps, the FBI asked him if he worked for the FBI, and he said no. It's fine. What are you talking about, Joe? Well, he said no, though.
You said it was technically it was the January 6th committee, which, like, why are you asking him instead of asking the FBI? Isn't that what you would think they would be doing? Like, hey, we asked him and he said he has no affiliation with. Well, did you ask the freaking FBI? Because
the FBI were too busy checking out their internal servers, picture and video archives.
And by the way, if they said no, then say, well, why the hell didn't you arrest the guy who whispered in someone's ear 3 seconds before the guy went charging into the Capitol? Like that's actual incitement. That's genuine, real, hardcore incitement. If that wasn't, what was he? He's telling him like, hey, this is a secret ingredient for Coke. And then the guy's like, oh my God, I'm charging the Capitol. No, obviously he incited him.
So we got to find out what he whispered.
Yeah,
we got to find out what he whispered.
Well, yeah, how you find that out? You basically arrest him. I don't know. That's one way.
So it says a group for pedophiles who acknowledge having a sexual interest in children whose members share the belief that sexual activity between adults and children is wrong and always will be. It could help prevent child sexual abuse. He states that pedophiles experience desire, affection, and heartbreak as strongly as anybody else. It is a deep, dark, long-lasting ache, and they can't tell a soul. He has rejected any linkage between homosexuality and pedophilia. Quote, it's quite solidly shown in the scientific literature that there's absolutely no association between being a gay man and being a pedophile. He vocally opposed the Boy Scout bans on openly gay participants.
I think that's possibly true. I'm not sure. I'm more willing to bend on that and say, okay, possibly it's got nothing to do.
I would think that the scientific literature would have no possible way to study whether or not that's true in an ethical manner. It's one of those things you can't check, right? Like you can't do this study
because no one's going to admit that they're a pedophile.
Well, because you've got the risk of harm to children would be catastrophic.
Mm-hmm.
That's the issue with a lot of studies involving this topic, is that the risk to harm to children is off the charts when it comes to just about anything you would want to do to like objectively figure things out.
I'm gonna tell you, when I sent my kid to camp, sleepaway camp for the first time.
Yeah.
So my kid was like 10 years old, and before he got there was actually instructions that were given to the parents, sent to the parents, what you should pack and all this other stuff. And they said, please have a conversation with your child before they attend camp about inappropriate touching. And I was like, what? Really? I need to have that conversation? I'm like, okay, fine. My kid didn't even know at the time like what a boner was. Okay. And I had to sit here explaining to him about, like, he didn't know anything about heterosexual sex, much less. What did I miss?
Oh boy.
Nice.
Oh my goodness. I do not condone or endorse that activity.
Someone did that just now?
Yeah.
Wow.
I do not
my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Condone or endorse.
I'm just gonna say I didn't do it, but well played.
Well, you could tell I didn't do it because I don't even know how to do Wikipedia.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that either.
We're all boomers. We have no idea.
Seriously.
Like, some Zoomer probably did that.
That is so good. Can you send me the link for that?
I don't know how long it's going to be there. Some pedophile Wikipedia editor is going to be like, "Oh no, we can't have this. It's terrible."
I love your audience. They're so good.
They're so good. I'll send you the link for now.
I'll pull it up myself. I don't need you to.
Yeah. I sent it to you on Twitter.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's so good. It's already down.
They already fixed it?
Yeah. I think so. Wait, was that in Korea?
It'll be preserved. It'll be preserved forever in this video.
That is so good.
Here, if anybody needs it, I think I can. I've still
not
got
that
it
you endorse that. You don't need.
I don't endorse it, but if someone wants the screenshot for Internet Archive purposes, it's right there.
Oh, there it is.
Here you go. I still got it. I still got it cached on my computer.
Print screen. There we go.
Okay.
That was not nice.
Someone needs to let me know what the Wikipedia edit comments say when they corrected that one, because I'm sure the discussion on it's pretty funny.
So good.
Someday that guy's gonna be in a court. Someone's gonna pull up.
That's definitely happening.
Your Wikipedia page, it says right here, it called you an educated pedo in disguise. Is this true?
We're changing the world slowly, one step at a time. one pedo in disguise at a time.
By the way, to the chat, I will be reading the super chats in just a minute. Austin Olson, real quick. Austin Olson, I just saw this one, says wife's water just broke, so we're one step closer. Yes, awesome.
Nice, congratulations.
Although technically you got the order wrong. You're one step closer to the edge, and her water's about to break, is how it's supposed to go. Get on the Lincoln Park level.
Right.
Okay, let's. It's
not really a comment that really fits very well in the context of what we're discussing, but
right, that's true. That's horrible.
But
Joe.
we still wish you only the best.
Okay, so when most of the public, not the educated ones, thinks of pedophilia, they assume it's synonymous with child sexual abuse. I disagree. I think when most of the public thinks of pedophilia, they think it means that someone wants to have sex with kids. I mean, that I don't think it's synonymous with child sexual abuse in any, particularly. I just think they go, oh, a pedo is attracted to kids. Right? Am I wrong?
Well, when you hear
maybe they are the same thing, actually.
When I hear pedophilia, I picture someone actually acting on it rather than someone harboring yearnings. So in that sense, perhaps there is some truth to that. Okay,
well, we found out who's most of the public and who's not, I guess.
I'm John Q. Public right there.
A pedophile is an adult who is sexually attracted to children, but not all pedophiles abuse kids. And some people who sexually abuse kids are not pedophiles. So that's the distinction that they're saying.
That still doesn't make pedophiles any less creepy. It's like they think like, see, pedophiles are totally just like you and me. No, they're not. They're not. And
did you know that non-pedophiles harm children too, Joe? Did you know that?
Yeah. You proved your point right there.
Anna Salter, a psychologist, author, and internationally recognized expert who's done over 500 evaluations of high-risk sex offenders, said there's overlap between pedophiles and child molesters, but they aren't the same.
It's almost like, don't you love how they talk down to us as if like we're so stupid that anyone who abuses kids must be a pedophile? Like that's what the implication is. Until we're setting you straight, you probably assume that anyone who beats on kids must also be hungering to stick his naughty bits in them. No,
but shouldn't the Venn diagram, maybe it should, right? Like maybe the Venn diagram should be a big circle on the outside that says people who abuse kids, and a very slightly smaller circle entirely inside the circumference of that one that is pedophiles. Because I think if you abuse kids, like you should go in the pedophile bucket.
So they're saying that it's linked, like links in a chain, because you have some who don't actually act on it.
Yeah. No, they're saying that there are some people who assault kids, but they're not pedophiles, which I mean, to some extent, I would, I guess, agree. There are parents, for example, who maybe sexually abuse their child in a course of abuse.
No, I think they literally mean just someone who smacks a kid around is a child abuser who doesn't.
No, they're saying child molesters. They're saying child molesters specifically.
Oh, child molester, they said?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, all child molesters are. That's ridiculous. Every child molester is a pedophile.
All right. So next, experts say pedophiles can be taught self-control and compensatory strategies. James Cantor said pedophiles need better access to therapy, which can be difficult since those afflicted may be ashamed to seek help or worried about being reported to the authorities if they do. Well, how do you fix that? How do you fix the shame of being a pedophile? Like, there isn't a fix for it.
Maybe we should make them all sex research experts.
I also
it took you a second.
We should just encourage them all to be out and proud, I guess, right? Like that. Yeah. Is that what we're supposed to do? I mean,
that's what society is going to want us to do. That's what they want us to do.
Yeah, they want to destigmatize it, but they don't want to I don't think they want to destigmatize it for the right reason, right?
They want it legalized. They want to basically take away statutory rape. That's basically what the goal is. Let's take away statutory rape. So this way, that if they had their druthers, they basically would say that a 7-year-old should be able to consent to any type of engagement that they want. That's what they're basically looking for.
Murder Bits, yes, I believe there is a MAP flag.
There is.
He asked, do they have their own flag? And I'm pretty sure, yeah, there is. It's
like they're
the
different
rainbow
colors.
flag, but it's got the triangle, right?
Yeah, it might. And there's also
is that the MAP one?
There's like some with brown colors on it and dark blue. They have like all these in different pink colors or shades, raspberry shades. Like they have different shades for, like, this is a two-spirit versus a gender fluid versus a pan. And
Joe, her name is an assaulter. Someone in the chat pointed it out. The totally real and not troll name, an assaulter. I'm like, oh my god, her name is an assaulter. You couldn't write it.
Oh my god.
No one would have believed it was true, except everybody does. Oh, that's better. Okay, back to this. Salter said treatment for pedophiles should be encouraged, but without minimizing the impact abuse has on victims' lives. Quote, pedophiles may not have control over the fact that they are attracted to kids, but they are responsible for whether they do or don't act on it. I agree with.
Well, what if they only become child molesters, not child pedophiles? What does that even mean? What is that? Are they trying to say that someone who's using fingers is a molester but not a pedophile? Is that what they're really trying to say?
Look at this guy's face. I have no idea if he's at all involved in this article because it just plays random videos.
I'm happy for him that he got his head out of the vice. So,
yeah, it's very, very strange. Look, so this is written by Aaliyah E. Dastiger. I tried looking up stuff about her, but I got really bored really fast. So I don't know anything, but she wrote it. So pedophilia is viewed as among the most horrifying social ills, but scientists who study the sexual disorder say it's also among the most misunderstood. When most of the public thinks of pedophilia, they assume it's synonymous with child sexual abuse, pervasive social problem that has exploded to crisis levels online. No, it's not a crisis levels online. Let's be very clear. Child sexual abuse is not at crisis levels online. It's at crisis levels offline.
Yes. Yeah. The online problem is that people like this wacko are trying to normalize it. That's the online crisis, is that they're trying to make it like it's not so bad. That's the only online crisis.
The worst thing that ever happened to pedophiles was the fact that everybody was suddenly able to get the news of just how many pedophiles there are. Like, that's actually the worst thing that's happened to them. They're like, oh, this is very uncomfortable, that now they see just how much, like, the amount of abuse of children going on all over the place, in every institution. in every corporate structure, in every in everything. The percentage of people who offend, not who are just attracted but non-offend, the number of people who offend on children is so pervasively high in our broken ass society that it's everywhere. And it's funny because like the Catholic Church took just a downstream torrential shit rain on it because of the abuse that was happening in the church.
Mhm.
And it's one of the things Ann Coulter said on some debate she was on. She was pointing out that the percentage of abuse of like clergy members in the church is either at the same level or lower than the amount of abusers in the average corporation in America. Like the corporate structures just bring out that number. So while the abuse going on in the Catholic Church was horrific and it was hidden by a very powerful, very moneyed organization, that shit goes on all the time.
Right.
Like, do we think that there's not pedos at Google actively offending on children?
Well,
Like,
look,
do we think that
there are pedos who are producing for Chris Cuomo, but and that actually was something that he was charged, right? His producer was charged with being a pedophile.
Why wasn't he charged with it?
I know. I think he literally like there was a story about his producer where he took a mother and daughter, which just it's not like he even looks like Chris Cuomo, like one of those pretty boy talking.
How old was the daughter?
It was like in Jeffrey Epstein age range kind of thing, I think.
So she's like an older teenager.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Did they shoot the mom?
No.
You should.
Yes, I totally agree with you. You haven't heard this story?
I didn't look into it. A lot of people were covering it, and I was like, oh, well, another Cuomo. All in all, he's just another brick in the wall. Get rid of him. Get rid of all these people.
Yeah. So
Pink Floyd didn't know what they were writing at the time. They didn't realize how apt it was.
Indeed.
Oh, Jesus.
That was
okay.
creepy with the whole shaving the eyebrows thing. That was kind of creepy.
Well, that was that movie's strange, yeah. So let's see what was, because remember we just read the thread, right? And they said they had to take the thread down because what was in the thread wasn't in the article, which was behind a paywall. I should probably look up the archive though, because they could have significantly altered this article. But so DSM said pedophilia is defined by recurrent intense sexual arousing fantasies, urges, or behaviors involving activity with a prepubescent child or children. They've in recent decades improved their understanding of the causes.
That's how it's defined today. They'll constantly change the definition in order to like fit whatever agenda they want to fit.
Yeah, prenatal and early childhood risk factors, as well as how pedophiles can better control impulses. One of the most significant findings is that scientists who study the disorder say it's determined in the womb. No, a scientist, this guy says that. Did they fact check him? Did they ask another expert? What
does that even mean? What evidence does he have?
He just says the evidence suggests that it's inborn.
That's a total lie.
The evidence. So you're remember, ladies and gentlemen. Wait. So babies are sexually attracted to kids that are prepubescent? Is that what we're saying? Is that where we're coming from here? Is that the, because like
babies
that's what,
wanting babies on the next Geraldo.
Right. Because isn't that's how they do like the gender dysphoria, right? or they do with the homosexuality. They say, well, it's inborn at the earliest stages. Children are noticing same-sex attraction, right?
He's basically the Anthony Fauci of pedophilia. You can't question him. There's no questioning him.
But I mean, I want to logically work through this because I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to noodle my way around. So we say that. Okay, so if we say that, like Lady Gaga, right? You all right there, buddy?
I quit smoking.
You started vaping.
Yeah, I quit smoking.
Well, it's really cool that you quit smoking by being gay. That's great.
When I went to get a vape, the guy had a different flavor one, which was pink, and I was like, no.
The flavor sounds better, but my public image will be shattered.
Indeed.
I can't do it.
Indeed.
No, that's awesome, man. I'm glad.
Yeah, so I think my lungs are trying to clear out like decades worth of gunk that have been accumulating in there. So
yeah, I think so. So I'm trying to figure this out because they say that, people who have gender dysphoria or homosexual, they could tell from an early age, right? Like this was an early thing. Their earliest attractions were towards same-sex individual or towards members of the same sex, or that they felt the dysphoria from the very beginning, right? I always felt like I was out of place in my body. So they're saying, because think about the lunacy of this. So pedophiles are children who are attracted to children. Is that what we're saying now? It's like, well, from 5 years old, I was attracted to other 5-year-olds, which I knew to be wrong.
Yeah. It's that you're making a fair point. I see what you're getting at. I see where you're going. I see where you're going with this.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm trying to navigate these torrential waters.
You're saying this is a more difficult one to try and explain than homosexuality, because homosexuality you can show in theory, at least according to the elitists.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how they're determining that it's inborn, because that's how they make. I don't even believe. I don't believe that homosexuality or gender dysphoria, just because they manifest early, that means that they're automatically inborn, that there's some genetic link, until I see some genetic research that would show the marker. Not that I would understand it. I mean, they could just make it up and I'd be like, well, I guess doesn't really matter to me. But
so okay,
I'm just trying to figure out how they do this for the pedos.
Let's bring it back to homosexuality and then try and extend it and see how it works with pedophilia.
Circle back like Jim Psaki.
Let's
don't say that she's going to circle back to homosexuality, because Angry Baneling will be very, very mad that she's off the dating market.
So, one of the things that always bothered me about the whole thing, saying like kids are gay or kids have like kids come out of the womb gay, and you could see it in them from the time they're little, is that they'll see a kid who likes pink, or a kid who likes walking around in his mother's shoes, and they'll be like, oh, you see, he's born transvestite, he's born gay. But that kind of stupidity that they basically try to use to prove that someone is born gay, which is so dumb, because if you see someone who's gay, you meet someone who's gay and you say, oh, you're gay, you must like pink, they'll be like, what are you, retarded? Why would you think such a thing? That doesn't make any sense. But as soon as you see a kid who likes pink, they're like, oh, he must be gay. Why would that be? How does that even make any sense?
Yeah.
But now and that's why my point always was that you would only see it manifesting once they start developing a sexual hunger, which is like once they hit puberty. Before they hit puberty, how would such a thing even manifest, that you're attaching a sexuality to a child? To that's why I think it's cruel what they did to that Desmond kid.
Maybe for you, but I learned from the liminal order that true alpha Giga Chads have so much testosterone running through their bodies that they hit that sexual desire right out of the birth canal, right? Like they're hanging upside down, they get spanked on the ass by the doctor, they turn around. If the doctor's a guy, they're gay.
A visual because they're into Jack Murphy hanging upside down now.
Yeah. Jack Murphy, baby, hanging upside down with the beard hanging upwards. He gets slapped on the ass by a female doctor and he's straight. That's how it goes. It's like, hey, girl, with your rinse eyes.
If only he had a female doctor. So
he's immediately telling the female doctor to go have sex with the male nurse next to her, right? Like do it, girl. Get it. I'm indominant here. That's apex level, Joe. You have to
sit in the corner. I'm gonna sit in the corner while you
have to have your entire life sorted out before you can tell your mom's OB who just delivered you who to have sex with. That's alpha shit.
It's never gonna get old. It's never gonna get old.
Nope, and I will never.
I would. It's Giga Chad, by the way. Yeah, I noticed you always say Giga Chad, but I would assume it's Giga Chad.
Everyone makes that wrong assumption because it's gigabit, it's gigawatt, it's it's gigaflop or whatever. Yeah, everybody makes the assumption that it's giga, but it turns out phonetically, scientifically, by empirical fact, that when you put it in front of the word Chad, it changes the phonetics and it becomes Giga Chad.
I forgot about the Chad rule. Rule. That's a fair point.
Yeah, it's little known, but I'm trying to spread the truth of it. It's because to me, it's way funnier to be a Giga Chad than a Giga Chad. Giga Chad doesn't sound Chadly.
Right.
Giga Chad sounds Chadly.
Yes,
So
I guess in a seminal order definition of Chadley, yes,
I
totally.
can't believe that people keep pushing back on this. I'm like, look, I'm sorry that your English degree is worth far less than mine. Objectively worth less than mine,
Objectively,
but
yes.
Geiga Chad is the way
No,
it's
it's worth
pronounced.
my English language education is worth fewer than yours.
No, not anymore. It's less, baby. Okay, so here we go. It keeps going. It's the same thing. Pedophilia is the attraction to children. Not all people who abuse children are pedophiles. Blah 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 blah. There are child molesters and pedophiles. If you think of Venn diagrams, we already talked about the Venn diagram.
There you go.
There's a lot of overlap. Says
Oh,
Anna
is there
Salter.
a lot? A lot. Who's
like
the guy who's outside? Who's the guy who manages to make it outside?
Like all of the overlap.
Like everyone we looked at or can conceive of. But aside from those, there could be a handful. There are people who are sexually attracted to children, and then there are some people who molest kids who are not pedophiles. I wonder where this they what do they have the study that this James Cantor?
Wait. They molest kids because of anger. They molest kids because they're scared of adult women. The fuck is that?
I don't know. It's more classic psychological BS, sociological BS. That's what it is.
They molest kids to get revenge. I mean, that's the rape is power, not sexuality thing, right? Like, I guess that they're going with there. But this one, like, I get the thought behind this. I don't know what the data is on it. Because
is this how they're explaining Epstein? Is this how explaining Epstein? That he was molesting kids because he was scared of adult women. He's molesting kids to get revenge on them.
He was scared of Ghislaine's giant gazongas or whatever. Apparently.
And what is that last sentence there? But
they don't actually have an age preference for prepubescent children.
What does that mean?
So they're saying that they're not sexually attracted to prepubescent children because they have these other reasons that they're doing this egregious harm to them.
And what about the ones who are attracted to prepubescent children?
This person's just explaining that there are people outside of the pedophile area who offend on children, not because of their sexual attraction, but because of some other reason. It's akin to a guy who rapes a woman. And he said, well, I wasn't sexually attracted to her. That bitch just needed to pay, or her husband needed to pay.
You know what? I think that's possible. I think that's possible.
Yeah, that's what
By the way, and that also shows not inborn, because that's the sort of thing you develop because of environmental factors.
Right.
That's not at all inborn.
She's saying that those people are not pedophiles, but they still may offend on children.
What are they?
I don't know.
Oh, so pedophiles implies a sexual appetite, but not as opposed
not necessarily
to
abuse. That's what they're saying. Yeah.
Who cares? Like, seriously. Then when I say who cares, it's like, so this is just they're changing the definition for some particular agenda. But does that really matter at the end of the day? That they're trying to change the nomenclature to say pedophilia implies a sexual hunger rather than just an anger towards children. Who cares?
This wasn't
just their own stupidity.
This wasn't in the thread, so this is new. But also, I want to point out, Canada again has shown up in relation to pedophilia. Michael Cito, forensic research director at the Royal Ottawa Healthcare Group in Canada, says there's more neuroscientific knowledge of pedophilia than ever before. MRI research is showing how sexual interests develop in the brain. I think as a field, we've accepted the idea that this is not something that people choose. Oh, they accepted it, so it's true. He said pedophilia is something.
Oh, I think that's possible, by the way. I think some people might have environmental factors beyond their control which turn them toward pedophilia.
No, but he's
that's different from saying that's inborn. No, that doesn't mean inborn. In other words, it could be
saying. Joe, he's the expert. He's the Canadian child sex expert.
Oh, yeah. So he's an idiot. Why? How does he even come to that leap when he says that you're born that it's a chemical thing? Why does that mean that you're born with that chemical thing? Why does that mean that's environmental factors?
Men are more likely to have pedophilia than women, according to this.
Okay.
This aligns with research showing men are more likely to have other paraphilias, including exhibitionism, voyeurism, and sadism. I don't know if I believe that for a moment, actually.
Do they mean men, or they mean, does that apply to trans men? Does that apply? I don't even know what the hell they mean when they're saying these things anymore, because they have so many amorphous definitions for every term.
I don't believe this sentence for a second, that men are more prone to sexual exhibitionism, voyeurism, and sadism than women. I
Because
do
you've seen
not
OnlyFans?
buy that at all.
You've seen OnlyFans, and that's why you think that that's crap?
I've just met women.
Yeah. I agree with
right?
you.
Like I went to college.
Yeah,
Wait,
seriously.
you studied this in college? Kinda.
Seriously. I went to Mardi Gras. I know that exhibitionism is not like a uniquely male thing,
Yeah,
or even leaning male.
I don't. I
You
don't.
get $3
I don't
worth of
think so.
beads, and you can basically get all the exhibitionism you want.
Men are also more likely than women to commit criminal acts. See,
Okay.
I disagree with that too.
Criminal acts or violent criminal acts?
Yeah, there's a distinct difference between what men and women are more likely to do. I don't buy this shit at all.
I do think that men tend to be more violent than women.
I think men are more likely to get convicted for criminal acts than women.
I think for criminal violence, for sure. I mean, that's
not
why
domestic violence.
Okay, that I agree with you, because they feel certain licenses.
But I think generally I agree with you. I do generally agree with you.
This is why 9 out of 10 people in prison are men. I mean,
yeah, I think men are much more likely to be prosecuted and convicted than women. I think that is a true stat, but that doesn't actually talk about the actual likelihood. This, basically, you could take men are more likely to commit criminal acts. So men are more likely to use drugs than women. That's not borne out by the statistics.
I don't know where they have that.
I'm just saying they're more. It says men are also more likely than women to commit criminal acts. Drug use, illegal drug use is.
It's written by a woman, right?
Yes.
Aaliyah something. So yeah, okay.
Research,
but this is USA Today. They basically have zero evidence of anything. They're just going to say things. It's like Vox. It's literally like it's like Teen Vogue. That's why they don't bother actually trying to back up anything with genuine data. They're just like, we're going to make these statements, and no one's going to call us on it. If they do, well, we'll be on to the next article by then.
Here we go. Research also offers insights into risk factors. How can you have a risk factor if it's inborn? Cito said men with pedophilia have a much higher incidence of early childhood head injury. One study on diagnosed pedophiles showed they are more likely to report their mothers had received psychiatric treatment, which suggests the disorder may be influenced by genetic factors.
Kids. Did you see what he did? Kids at home. Did you see what he did? He was just thinking like a lawyer. Did you see what he did? Because he loves playing like he's the village idiot, and he does it magnificently well. But every once in a while, Nick will stumble on something which reminds you that he's actually a very shrewd and insightful attorney, which is he points out that the first sentence in this last paragraph, I think this is the last paragraph, maybe it's somewhere in the middle.
I think there's more of this nonsense.
Yeah, but buried in the middle of this article, the lead sentence of a paragraph, which says research also offers insights into risk factors, is completely that the lawyer in him kicked in for a second. And he couldn't help it. It just sort of vomited out of him, where he's like, you see, it's not inborn if there's a risk factor. And every once in a while, there's like a little telltale sign that he actually thinks like an attorney. He's like, wait, how's that figure? That doesn't work. That doesn't work. So the mask drops sometimes, and the brain just sort of reveals itself. Good for you.
Someone told me to check Anna Salter's Wikipedia, which I did, and there's nothing funny in there. It's just normal.
Are you looking it up as ANN, the new word ASSAUL?
Here it is.
Anna Salter.
She has a PhD from Harvard. She's been a teaching fellow at both Tufts and Harvard. She's the author of several nonfiction books, including Predators, Pedophiles, Rapists, and Other Sex Offenders, Who They Are, How They Operate, and How We Can Protect Our Children. That's not a good marketed. That's not a well-marketed title. That's way too long.
It's almost like she's trying to hit as many keywords on like a Google search as possible.
Treating child sex offenders and victims. She earned her BA in English in 1968 from University of North Carolina, master's in child development at Tufts, PhD in clinical psychology and public practice at Harvard, emphasis in sex crimes, treated the victims of sex crimes, also studied offenders, published several books and peer-reviewed articles on sex crimes, given many keynote speeches to professional law enforcement groups.
I want to ask you a question. If I write a book and it only comes in ebook and never gets like actually like hard copy published, am I published?
Yes.
Really? Is that
someone
easy?
else has to publish it though? Because otherwise you're self-published, right? Like if I write a book.
How is that not a blog, basically?
No, and no shame to people who do this, by the way, because there are people who self-publish and sell millions of books, ebooks and stuff like that. I think that's a great thing. That's like saying, oh, we're not broadcasters because we're doing it on YouTube or whatever, which, we're a different type, right? I can't say that I'm a network broadcaster because I'm not picked up by a network. But certainly like I'm in the broadcasting field. But same thing.
We're broadcasters. Is that really what we are? I became a broadcaster.
Aren't you?
I never
Don't
thought
you
of
cast broads?
I guess.
Actually, I know a guy who sculpts nude women, so he's a broadcaster too.
Nice. I like.
Yes.
I see how you play. I see how you played that. Well done. So let's move past that quickly.
How did I miss it? What did I miss? As of 2011, Salters also published 4 myths. Wait, this isn't a joke though. Shiny Water, Fault Lines, White Lies, and Prison Blues. The latter was nominated for a 2003 Edgar Award. What did I miss? Check that wiki again.
Maybe reload it and you're going to see Anna Salter defends the pedo James Cantor. Aligns herself with pedo in disguise. James
I'm
Cantor.
not seeing what I'm supposed to see here.
Not that anyone should make that edit on Wikipedia.
No. There we go. Wait, did it just get undone? The name? Fuck, I think it just got undone because I noticed something changed up here.
Oh, it was Anna Salter.
Oh, was it spelled? Okay. Her name, they fixed it. Damn it. Oh, we'll have to go back and check the tape. Sorry. My brain broke. My apologies. As Joe is like over there nicely complimenting my shrewd attention to details. And then there it goes. So here is the pedophiles and the choice to abuse. Salter said when she conducts training, she often asks the audience, how many of you have ever had an inappropriate sexual thought? What, in the last minute? If no one raises their hand, she tells them they're in denial. Of course, people have had inappropriate sexual. Well, I guess it depends on what your level of appropriate is. You may be attracted to your wife's sister. Is that inappropriate though? Like in all honesty, is being attracted to a woman an inappropriate sexual thought? Unless you may be attracted.
This is where they use fake moral equivalence for the purposes of trying to like justify any type of improper behavior.
Yeah, these two things, being attracted to your wife's sister, assuming she's an adult, and a 16-year-old post-pubescent babysitter, are different things. His lungs are dying. It doesn't mean you act on it, she said. Pedophiles may not have control over the fact that they are attracted to kids, but they are responsible for whether they do or don't act on it. Her conceptualization of the dynamics involves a motor and brakes. Okay, I guess. More research is needed to understand why some pedophiles do not act on their attractions, but her clinical observation suggests at least some with bad brakes are raised in homes where they're not. Here we go. Raised in homes where they were mistreated or neglected.
How did you miss bad break spelled like that?
What? Brakes? That's car brakes.
Yeah.
That's what she's saying. The analogy is motor and brakes.
Oh, I thought. Oh, okay. I thought.
Yeah,
okay.
She's making a car analogy, Joe.
I missed the whole car analogy. I just was. Yeah.
You were coughing up a lung at the time. It's okay.
I was.
You're forgiven.
I was. Thank you.
So here she says there's also a genetic component as some pedophiles show psychopathic traits. So that makes it genetic. What the hell?
Yeah.
Because they have a psychopathy that makes it.
Do you have a pet? Do they find the pedo gene? Do they find the pedo gene? Can they identify the pedo gene? Of course not.
Okay. An academic at Old Dominion University in Virginia who talked about destigmatizing pedophilia. An academic who, and referred to pedophiles as minor attracted people, resigned in November following outcry over the phrase. Alan Walker argued destigmatizing the attraction would allow more people This dude, minor attracted person, by the way, which has caught on. This guy martyred his career to get that out there. That's kind of terrifying. Destigmatizing the attraction would allow more people to seek help and ultimately prevent abuse. They've never actually said how that will prevent abuse, how destigmatizing pedophilia will prevent abuse.
So I'll play devil's advocate here on this one. Is that they're basically saying they're not going to seek help because it's so stigmatized. So the only way they'll seek help is if it's destigmatized. But it's ridiculous, because we all know that whenever something is destigmatized, the ultimate agenda, the insidious agenda, is to make sure that it becomes more popular and more in vogue, and that way gain more acceptance.
Right, because if it's destigmatized, why seek help?
Yeah, you don't need
like at the end of the day. So what they're doing is they're trying to do two things at once. They're trying to hold two cards. They're trying to hold moral absolutism, that sexual attraction and acting on that attraction to children is wrong morally, which I agree with. But they're also trying to hold moral relativism. And they're trying to say that the society's treatment of this moral ill is what is causing it. But once you take that moral relativism card, the moral absolutism card can't hang around. You can't be relative on some things,
because the moral absolutism is a beard for the moral relativism.
Exactly. So what they're trying to do is they say, oh, once it's destigmatized, then people who are relativists, who are afraid to get help because of the stigma, then they will take the absolutist position and get help because it's morally wrong, not because society's telling them that it's wrong. But if it's inherent in a person that they believe that that they're sexually attracted to something, they don't automatically believe that that's an absolute, that is wrong, right? Like if you grow up in a vacuum and you just like you like Domino's pizza or whatever, like some sort of Philistine, you like Domino's pizza.
I've heard Domino's is terrible.
I don't know. It used to be really bad. They've made it slightly better, but like, let's say you grow up and all you've ever known is that you've been attracted to Domino's pizza, and then you get out into the world and everybody's like, dude, bro, there's like so much better pizza out there. It's morally abhorrent to be attracted to this Domino's pizza. and you're like, oh God, yeah, I guess so. That wasn't a moral absolute, right? That was something that was taught relatively through the actions of others. If you take away that, and no one ever tells you that liking Domino's pizza is bad, because, oh no,
you'll just keep thinking it's totally fine.
Some people are just going to grow up and walk around liking Domino's pizza. They're going to be out there. They're going to be out there liking Domino's pizza, and you can't tell them they're wrong.
That's the other thing, and that's why they want to put the face on it, that people are born this way. This is exactly what I was talking about with the agenda in all of these areas. That once you say that something is that people are born a certain way, in that case, you're a jerk if you judge them for it. That's the reason that that's the purpose in giving that false label. So they basically shred science for the purpose of trying to protect them from the abuse of people who just don't understand them. So they pretend science says what they wish it would say, even though science doesn't say it.
Here we go. There's no treatment that can turn a pedophile into a non-pedophile.
That's a lie.
I strongly disagree. There is a treatment. It's just very controversial.
Right. There's a
crucifixion will do it.
Which, by the way, I want you to know something. I'm actually far gentler than you are. I don't think you need to crucify. I just think make him a eunuch. Make him a eunuch. Seriously. And if they want to use their fingers, stump them. Then stump them. I'm just saying, any appendage that they want to use improperly, remove the appendage and let them go live their lives.
Look, it's like Major Payne, right? He's like, my arm, I got shot. You want me to take your mind off that arm? Give me your hand. He breaks his fingers. Yeah. See, you do that. People stop worrying about their sexual attractions when they're nailed to a cross.
Right. I'm far gentler than you. I'm like, look, just one quick snip down at the bottom, and and if they want to keep using their hand, hey, they want to use their tongue. It's 12 cuts maximum. You got tongue, you got each finger, and then basically, but you start with the other one. You just start with that castration, and boom, no problem solved.
So he says, where do you want the person? Therapy is where he should be going. and all we've done is make it very, very difficult for a pedophile to get that, which to me is insane. It makes the problem worse. I think no, I think you're right on this. Destigmatizing it will cause it will allow it to blossom, frankly.
Yeah, why wouldn't it? It's basically unchecked. This is what you were saying. I actually super chatted you this. I mean, it was like, I think the first time I ever it might be the second time I super chatted you, but I super chatted you saying I was going to steal this from you, but how we need more shame in the world. And that's the problem. What's one of the problems we have with the world? Shame is good. Shame actually keeps us from doing things that helps keep us on the straight and narrow. And people don't appreciate that. Sometimes, you know what? We sort of need that little guardrail. That's what shame is. Shame is a guardrail, so you don't go off the road. And without it, you basically say, no, let people just swerve completely off and go off a cliff and roll over onto the village down below at the bottom of the cliff. And it's insane. It's a terrible, terrible thing that society has been like, oh, how dare you shame him for being fat? How dare you shame? No, shame is good. Shame is a wonderful thing. It's an amazing thing. And we need much more shame. And that's what destigmatization is designed to remove the shame. That's exactly what that is. It's like, let's remove the shame from being a pedophile.
So here we go. I actually agree with this paragraph here. She says it's a choice to act on child molestation. She said, we don't need to say offending isn't so bad. It really isn't your fault. You really couldn't control it. You're a victim of a punitive society. We need to say offending is devastating. It damages the lives of victims. It has damaged your life. You can learn to control yourself. You have the capacity to do better. See, I agree with that.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Like, because that's true of literally everything. You can take out child molestation from the equation and say it's your choice to act on bad impulses and simply leave it there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I like this. The rest of the article I find to be absolutely abhorrent.
Yeah.
And it's that's why I invited you on. I saw that and I was like, oh, I got to have Joe on to talk about this. We got to talk about the agenda. We got to talk about all the fucking cartographers out here trying to put maps into every hotel lobby. Like the Gideons dropping Bibles in all the hotel rooms, all the cartographers out there putting maps on the walls of every hotel. No, thank you. Get out.
And destigmatization will make it way worse. Way worse. So much more prevalent.
Yeah, I don't want to destigmatize pedophilia. I want it to always be bad. I want it to always be a stigma. I want people shamed out of their
scarlet letter. And that's why, by the way, and that's why we have Amber Alerts. That's why we have Megan's Law. That's why we have all these different things, because society still at this point understands the need to stigmatize, the need to shame. And it's a two-step thing, by the way. It works in both capacities, where it helps keep people safe, and it also helps keep people keep people rehabilitated so that they don't actually act on those impulses.
Yeah. And again, going back to the shame rant, which, by the way, I think the shame rant will be going up on YouTube very soon, in its own individual capacity.
Beautiful.
And it does have the ability to offend.
Feel free to throw in my super chat, which came like 5 minutes after you finished the rant.
Maybe
that way it gets the Joe seal of approval on it. Like, hey.
So okay. I've got a bunch of super chats.
Do it.
That we're gonna read, and then I know you've got a lovely wife hanging out there, probably very annoyed at you.
Well, she's
but yeah, sure she is. Okay, like, yeah, my wife's asleep too. Actually, mine is asleep, so I believe you. But yeah, so I've got a bunch of super chats to read. Although there is a trial. I wanted to talk about this. There is a trial coming up that I'm going to cover.
Oh yeah, which one?
Edgecomb. He's a guy accused of murdering an attorney in Milwaukee. Wisconsin is like the haven of murders. Yeah.
Ooh, I had a client like that once.
Really? That's weird because you're still alive.
Yeah. No, I had a client in court tried to strangle me. My own client tried to strangle. Yeah. Yeah. What happened was, just to give you I'll give you the Cliff Notes version of it. So my client was basically this hermit, and he was fighting with his siblings over a inheritance, and what this guy admitted to me was that even though they only were aware,
well, this might not have been his attorney, but sorry, go on. Yeah.
Okay, so his siblings were only aware of about like $600,000.
Sorry.
His siblings are only aware about $600,000 in assets when really the estate was worth like 5 times that.
Sure.
So, and he had 2 siblings, so it was supposed to be split 3 ways. So they said, "Look, why don't we settle this for like 200 grand?" And I was like, "Dude, they're gonna find out about the other $2.5 million you have. So that's gonna come out in Discovery. We haven't started Discovery yet. They're gonna find out about that. If they're willing to sell this thing for $200,000 and go away."
Yeah.
I was like, "You're basically now walking out with like $2.8 million, and they're gonna waive all claims against you." I said, this is a beautiful win. You need to take this." He's like, "No, I need that 200,000. I can't give up that 200,000. You're crazy." I was like, "Why wouldn't you grab this? Just grab this. You're crazy." I said, I can't represent you. If you're going to walk away from this deal, I can't represent you." And
because that's an insane position.
Yeah. I was like, "This is phenomenal. This is a great deal." I was like, I just saved you. Like, seriously, at least 800,000 minimum. I saved you right here. I was like, "Dude, if you can't take this, I can't represent you any further." And he looks at me and he sort of looks around. The next thing I know, he just turns, gets this crazed look in his eyes, and literally lunges at me and starts grabbing my throat. And I'm like grabbing his hands, and a bailiff, we're in court. So the bailiff comes over and like shoves him away from me. And I said, "Your Honor, at this juncture," like things settle down. The court sort of settles. The gavel is there. The bailiff shoves him away, and like so then like everything settles down like 3 minutes later. So I looked at the judge and said, "Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to withdraw as counsel." So he just looks at me. So he's like, "Well, does your client consent?" And I said, and I was just like, "Of course." It's like, "Sure." And I sort of look back at him, and he says, "Do you consent to Mr. Newman withdrawing as your counsel?" So he says, "No, he's the best attorney on the planet. I would never consent to that." So I just sort of looked at him, this psychopath. I just looked back at him, and I just barked there in the courtroom in front of the judge. I just barked at him, "Bless you."
Did the judge make you stay on?
He made me bring a motion. So I charged him from the motion and basically ate up the rest of his retainer, and yeah, and then we went our merry ways.
That was his pro choice. Okay, let's I've got
do at 5 a man charge.
Good Lord, that's the wrong audio every single time. Let me get here we go. Let me get to this. We have video of the incident.
Of the guy being murdered?
Yeah, somewhat.
You would think this would be a quick trial.
Well, it's a self-defense claim.
Oh.
So I figure we'll take a peek at it and see. Here we go. It's not a lot of video.
Okay.
That was it.
I'm seeing a death. You see death? You see a death there?
No, it's over. The video, the bullshit news videos. They're so afraid to show someone getting offed.
You can't find the actual video anywhere?
Let me see if I can find it.
What's with the new background? Are we singing Cheers or something? Is that what this is supposed to be?
Yeah, I guess. Just something different.
Everybody knows your name? I never understood the whole McDonald's on fire thing.
That was just a summer of love. McDonald's that got torched in Minneapolis.
Oh, so you figure it's 2022. Maybe you should like.
I needed something in the background, Joe. This is the default. This looks like shit.
I'm very proud. I like mine a lot, actually.
We have this one.
Someone made mine for me. I can get her to do it for you.
You got Kraus. What do you not like? You don't like the nice green bar?
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's got like a whole money type of vibe to it based on the coloring.
We got this one.
And I guess you see that's the thing is you have the whole green. Your whole color scheme is green. Mine is more of like I try to go for like the Lannister red type of thing.
They say geniuses choose green.
Is that right?
Well, it was in that movie.
I want everyone to know I pay my debts. So that's why.
So anyway, well, the nice thing about this one is it's less noisy than like these court ones are funny, like Krause with his face in his hands.
Yeah,
but
this is more a fixation on us. We become the stars as opposed to being swallowed up in the scene.
Yeah. Okay, let me see if we've got. I don't. Fucking hell. Theodore Edgecomb. Shooting. Maybe. Man charged in death of attorney. Immigration attorney. Yeah, this must not have been his attorney. I don't know if I can easily find the video. I'm sure it'll be played at the trial. Anyway, the trial jury selection starts on the 18th. It's in Wisconsin. The judge seems pretty no nonsense. I might actually be doing if you're available tomorrow, I may be doing a watch party of the motion hearing they just had. Trying to catch up on the pretrial stuff because they just upgraded the charges from reckless homicide to intentional murder.
I have a dentist tomorrow, but
what time are you going to be done?
I don't know. They were supposed to call me today to confirm. I don't remember if it was 1 or 3. But
okay, I have something going on in the morning, and then I may have something going on in the afternoon that I won't know about until we get closer to the time. But so it might be a little bit later in the afternoon anyway. But I'm going to invite Bronca on and stuff. Once I figure out, I'll send a preliminary invite, but probably going to watch the motion hearing. It's about an hour and a half long and check in on it because I want to get things ramped up for this. It starts in 6 days now on the 18th. And I think that's the trial I'll be able to get in and cover from the ground level. This other one with this little, the cannibal kid it's been really interesting, but it's also really boring. They have so many witnesses. It's a 3-week trial for the murder.
I heard they said 6 weeks.
Maybe it's going to be, I don't know, man. That's way too long for this. The state is calling way too many witnesses and the jury's probably bored. I mean,
but I think that people enjoy the savagery. Like on some level, it's like you want to know if he's going to get away with this. That's sort of like the whole mystery. That's what people don't realize. It's sort of like watching a trial day by day like this. It's sort of like reading a book. And and you don't know how it's going to end. And kind of the appeal is like it's almost or like watching a movie, and it's sort of like we're sitting with us. It's like having directors who are sitting with you, and basically judging the movie as to like how good the movie is. So you're sort of getting that sort of perspective when you're sitting with some lawyers watching a trial rather than by yourself.
So speaking of books, I got a book today. This is check this out. James O'Keefe, American Muckraker.
Nice. Have you ever met James?
No. Have you? You met him? Oh.
No. I mean, Ron actually, works for him. Like he's part of Harmy Dillon who represents them.
Right.
So I think he's met him a couple of times. He meets all these big people like Jenna Ellis and all these others. Like
I know they're these celeb attorneys.
Yeah,
he's got Alan West on his show and stuff. What a noob. Anyway,
this is why I don't understand. Seriously, I don't understand why we haven't gotten Trump Jr. yet. I understand Donald. Okay, fine.
Signed. Yes, it is signed. Look at that. For Nicholas Requeda. There you go. So Angry Bainling asked if it was signed. This comes out on the 28th of January.
He would totally come on your channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it and then I'll invite him on. But I'm gonna spend the next couple days burning through it. It's not super long. It's 230 pages or something of, I'm not gonna read all the citations because that's crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna read through it and then invite him on for sure. So it was really cool. They reached out and said, "Hey, would you take a look at the book?"
I think
they didn't ask me.
It's time in the Requeda of evolution. Okay, the evolution for the circle to start widening towards greater MAGA circle, and that's why I think like some of these big names can be very significant in that type of capacity. And that's why I say Don Jr. is a guy that we should be able to get. You should be able to get on your channel here.
Okay.
I'm just saying, James O'Keefe should be coming on. He should know your name. All these people should know know.
Well, he wrote my name in the book. I don't know if he knows it or if someone's just like, write it down. Oh my god,
jeez, it's like, wait, is it Nick with a C?
But no, I'm definitely. I want to look. I want to do the courtesy of reading the book.
Yeah.
And then inviting him on to talk about it. So they didn't ask me to do anything like that. They did not say, please cover this book or anything. They just, very nicely sent me the book. And so I'm going to definitely read it and reach out. Cause I think it'd be great. I think the guy has more, he has more to say about American journalism than pretty much any other journalist out there today. In all honesty, because he's actually doing journalism where I think the industry has failed completely.
He's basically doing his autobiography. It could be like The Last Journalist, because it's basically him and Andy Ngo are basically the last two journalists in America.
Yeah, it's the field is slimming very quickly. Okay, here we go. Miss Squishy says, please have a drink for my dear friend Garrett, who passed away today. He was the glue that held us all together for over 15 years, and we are devastated. We cherish and love him eternally. I can do that for you.
Condolences.
I'll give a little toast.
What's the beverage tonight?
Nick Offerman edition of Lagavulin 11 year.
Ooh,
it's finished in Guinness casks. It's a nice whiskey, a very nice whiskey. I was drinking Gentleman Jack, but I've just switched.
Good for you. By the way, have you ever tried Ardbeg before?
Yep.
It's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I have.
There are a couple different kinds. Every one I've had is good.
I asked, did you ever try Cal Isla?
Of the Ardbeg?
No, or different. It's totally different.
No,
different. So you need to try that. I'm going to write it down for you. There's actually a whole slew of them, but you would really like this. I found one.
Send me a list.
It's the whole. It's spelled like that. If you look in the private chat.
Okay.
So
private chat, I got to go to.
Oh, if I can put it in the main
Cal
chat.
Isla. Yeah, I think I've seen that name.
Yeah, you would like it. You would, their whole series. You would really like them. They're not very expensive. They're like $70 a bottle. So by like single malt standards, it's not crazy.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Okay, to Miss Squishy, to Garrett, the glue that held your friendship together. May the glue last longer than the feeble nature of our bodies, which are subject to so many things. May the glue that bound you, your friends, your families together, persist long beyond that. Cheers to Garrett. May his passing be missed for his good company and his good nature.
Amen.
Angry Bainling says, Joe, I asked Nick to add your channel to the description, and he said to me, I'm not adding him to my description. He hasn't sent me an NYPD hat yet. Oh, I actually did mean to. So I'll do that now. When you create,
he's all over my ass to send him an NYPD hat, like as if this became like some sort of mission that I'm supposed to be sending him this, and I don't know where that got slotted into his brain.
Look, frankly, he's all over my ass is how people describe Angry Bainling in general. So, unfortunately, when you create a link in StreamYard, right, you can't tag someone. Right. Like you can on YouTube. And I meant to go back and redo it, but I forgot. But it's done now. So there you go.
Thank you.
And by the way, everybody should go check out Joe's channel. I think most of the people here are familiar with you. And if they're not, they should be. And they should check out your channel and give you a little subscription and check out your videos, of course.
Thank you.
Of course. Tina says, I think we should start a campaign telling everyone to stop paying taxes. What would the government do if everyone just stops paying taxes? What, will they arrest the whole country? Unfortunately, people like Joe and I cannot advocate for such things because we could be disbarred.
Indeed.
So
I'm definitely not telling you to do that.
Yeah. I would never say taxation is theft. Mexican Flash says, the last time I super chatted Joe, he could not find a Mexican. Like there aren't Home Depots in New Jersey. Angry Bainling says, if you're early, I'll tip you one whole bat on Brave. One bat isn't worth all that much, is it anymore?
What is is that spelled BHAT?
No, BAT, not a bot. BAT, it's an acronym, Basic Attention Token. It's the cryptocurrency that the Brave browser uses.
Okay, nice.
By the way, I should tell people I am on Brave. You can watch on Brave, and if you have like auto allocation of BAT, it'll allocate here. You can do that. Both this and my Twitch channel. You can also tip me if you want, but I don't talk about it too much, but it is there. Squizgar says, saw Human Torch earlier. Cops were effing wee Todd Ed. Angry Baneling says, I see you like inserting your ear pods raw. What do you think? Am I supposed to lubricate my ear pods? That's weird.
What is with the new ear pods? What is that? Is that a new thing? Yeah.
I've got some in-ear monitors. See, I don't wear a hat. And I was wearing my headphones so much that it was actually wearing a dent into my head, into my hair. And so I got some monitors. They're also way louder and much better for audio control than the
they should invent like Bluetooth headphones type of things. That's what they should invent some for you to buy.
They have Bluetooth headphones.
Oh, do they? Oh, do they? Oh, you're right. It is past 2014. Okay.
Do you know how much louder these are than fucking Bluetooth headphones? Oh my God. And more comfortable. Wait till you see my next ones that I'm getting in about a month. You'll really laugh then. Patrick Allen says, Nick is never actually late. His nose just arrives way before the rest of him.
Nice.
Angry Baneling says, no bat for you, only Monopoly money. Rip. Yeah, sending me those Indian rupees or whatever. Squizgar read that Human Torch one. Where are we? Jennifer Genter says, can you pause? I have to pee. No, I hope you've been holding it this whole time. That was a while ago. Sheldon Hall says, Nick, I have you beat. I just had a large format printer delivered today that's over 9 feet long and 2 feet wide, weighs 400 pounds. It took 5 guys to lift up a flight of stairs and 2 doorways. Camel through the eye of the needle. Ugh, I do not envy the job that they had to do. But I will say that the 2 Mexican men who installed my washer and dryer are on my list right
It's
now.
almost like they teach that to Mexican kids in grade school, like how to do that sort of
how to move stuff in mediocrely. We need you to do this. We're going to teach you this skill, but we're going to teach you to do it in a mediocre fashion. That's what we want.
There's nothing like racist humor.
It's not racist if it's true. That's what my friend D always says. It's like, hey, it's not racist if it's true. D is not Drex. D is another wonderful African-American man who's hilarious. I'll probably bring him on the show at some point. We've been talking about it for a little while. The Bleep Hole says the 90s called. They want their earbuds back.
Nice.
Black Hall Manor says, Nick, longtime Scotch drinker. Favorite region is Isla. New to rye whiskey.
Isla.
Yeah, Isla's fantastic. New to rye whiskey with Whistle Pig and Bullet Rye being examples of what I've liked, and Rittenhouse being example of one I haven't. Any advice on my next bottle? It depends on what you want to spend, brother. Michter's is a good rye in general. You can go really expensive with Michter's rye also. And you will not be dissatisfied, I would guess. Michter's is a good rye whiskey. I could probably find some others to recommend, but let's just stick with the Michter's, man. It's a good one. Next, Christopher Nicholson says, some combination of nature and nurture, obviously. Born that way equals retarded and can't help it in my book, i.e. it's a negative that can't be helped according to that thinking. If being gay is harmless, who cares which? I just don't think, I think about this. If I were gay, I would not want it to be because I was born gay. I wouldn't want that.
Well, it wouldn't be. So
I would want people to recognize my either my choice or my nurture or whatever. Because I think anytime you say something's an immutable trait,
I noticed that I've gone off on this rant on your channel twice now, and you've never weighed in as to whether or not you agree or disagree with me, or tried disproving me, or agree. You just sort of sit back and chuckle, and then let me finish and change topic.
I let the chaos go. I don't think people are born gay.
Okay, all right.
I don't think, like you said, I don't think that gives anybody license to do anything to them. I just think we're the product of raising and choices combined, and I think that's silly to me. Like, Anyway, I just don't think that it's necessary to make the point. But I agree that I think the entire push behind making something immutable is it's agendized. That's the whole purpose. You make it immutable so then you can pass legislation. But we don't need legislation to make something or we don't need it to be immutable to have legislation or rights associated with something.
Indeed.
Right? Like gay marriage is a choice, whether you're born gay or not. Right? Like that's a thing. And so if you're going to protect gay marriage, then protect gay marriage. If you're not going to, don't do it because of some fiction that it's a birth related genetic thing that no one could have ever controlled. And people make lots of decisions that are relatively uncontrollable that have nothing to do with them being born that way. Right? Like I like fried chicken. I wasn't born liking fried chicken.
Yes,
I just like it.
Okay.
Well, everybody's born liking fried chicken. Actually, did you hear this? COVID made me not like fried food.
I never heard such a thing.
It hit me in the past week and a half. I started noticing like a rancid, acrid taste on fried chicken, honestly, because it's like one of my favorite things to eat. And I started biting it and I'm eating the skin. I'm like, this tastes wrong. I noticed it first on popcorn, actually.
It could be COVID. It also could be that your taste buds actually do change as you get older. Like when I was younger, oh yeah, okay. Because when I was younger, I hated liver, and now I actually like it.
Liver's got a weird texture for me.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, I used to hate it when I was a kid, and now I'm like, that's pretty good.
So I checked in on it with like my buddy's the manager at the movie theater, and we got some movie theater popcorn for Christmas Eve. Because we do a movie night in our house, and we got a big bag of it, right? And I'm like, oh, okay, sweet. And I grab some and I start eating it. And I'm like, this is wrong. This doesn't taste good at all. And so I asked my buddy, I'm like, hey, did you guys change something in the popcorn? Like, did you change oil or something? And does your machine need to be cleaned? He's like, no, we got new popcorn kernels, but no one else has commented on it. Like, well, I have very discerning taste. And I didn't think about it. I was just like, I must have noticed the new kernels. My whole family, none of them noticed anything. And then I started eating the fried chicken, and I ate fried chicken at one place, and I'm like, this is kind of gross. I figured same thing, bad oil, maybe. Then I went to the next place, same thing. Then I noticed French fries at fast food restaurants, same thing. Every restaurant I go to, all fried foods taste like trash to me now.
Wow.
It sucks. I love fried food.
Yeah, but I mean, that's true. I guess in the long
Joe,
term, it's probably healthier.
I cooked a steak in avocado oil because it's too fucking cold to grill. Right in Minnesota, it's been -10. I can't grill outside. I have an indoor grill, but it's not the same. It doesn't get as hot.
Why would you live in a place where it's like normal to say it's -10? You can't move. There's no backwoods anywhere else on the planet that you have to live in a place where it's -10.
Yeah,
I don't understand why. Is there a reason that you still live in Minnesota?
Yeah, family.
Like outside of your own, like for the outside of the footprint of your house, this family.
Yeah, like all of my wife's family's out here.
Wow.
So
you're a very dedicated husband.
Mm-hmm.
You're very dedicated.
We'll see how long that dedication lasts. Every time I go outside and I'm cold, I'm like,
okay. So two things. First, I need you to promise me that you never tell Lady Rackets that I suggested you move, because everyone always blames and all their problems on me. So no, I'm telling you, stay there, be the good.
Can
husband.
I say it was the Jewish agenda that made me move?
No.
Is that what happened?
I did not realize that your wife's lovely family lives there, and that's why I want to be very clear that you would be very foolish to move away from there, and that you should stay there until every one of them is dead.
I'll be like, Lady Raggets, we need to move. She'd be like, why? The Jews, the Judan made me do it.
Next thing the Lady Racket's going to be trying to solve the Jewish problem. So the final solution she's going to come up with. Okay. So the other thing is that you sort of touched on something which I've thought about for a while. Is, do you think there should be such a thing as discrimination? Because you were talking about discrimination doesn't need to be based on an immutable characteristic. My question is, do you think there should be protection from discrimination based on political belief?
There is in California, but only if the political belief is pro-gay. I'm not joking. That's the Supreme Court case law on it. Did you know about that?
No.
Political orientation is codified in California's Civil Rights Act, but the Supreme Court of California has limited it only to pro gay opinions. It was passed in the 60s. So
by Harvey Milk.
Harvey milked these nipples. That's what.
No, but
no.
What are your thoughts on that?
Gosh, no. Well, I don't know. I in theory, I don't even believe in the Civil Rights Acts or Human Rights Acts at all. Right? Like, I think that my ultimate libertarian theory is that you should be able to go to a store and they should be able to tell you no for whatever reason. Right?
So you want signs? You want those signs that say no Jews or Polacks allowed?
I don't want those signs.
But people
I don't think today that there would be that many signs, but maybe I'm wrong. And I think those signs. I think those signs actually do exist, but I think the people who are not allowed now in those signs are those signs aren't overt, right? But I think the people who aren't allowed are well. You talked about it. We're talking about it now. Political opinion is one thing. If you're a known Republican talker, you're more likely, it seems, to be thrown out of a bar or restaurant than if you're a known left-wing speaker. And then the other one, right? Well, we've got the COVID signs. We're not going to get into that. But I think there are certain stores where white people are not welcome. Okay. I mean, I think, and not that they, again, not that I have a personal problem with this. Like, typically I'm not buying stuff from those stores anyway, but I do think there are black owned businesses that do not cater to white individuals, and you being in there will make you very uncomfortable very quickly. The reactions of the employees and the staff will be the sign for you. Right? Fair like, enough. Are you walking into a hair braiding salon, Joe?
Right.
You doing that?
I do. I do.
You do?
But only for special occasion.
You take the wife in to get her hair braided, Afrikaans braided hair braiding than traditional. Actually, the crazy thing is 90% of those places you walk in and you'd have a phenomenal experience. It'd be really fun. The people would be really personable. They'd be welcoming to have you there. But then there's that subset of them. And that's how it would go with everything. But I think that should probably be okay. I don't know if I want a law telling a business they have to bake a cake under any circumstance.
I will tell you, right, that during the Maxwell trial, so I was sitting next to this reporter from a certain news station. I don't even want to identify him because
right.
But in local news, he's known, and he even gave me like his friend. And when we were waiting after the verdict was issued, so he saw the hat, and everyone sort of assumes that I'm a conservative when they see the hat. Even though I never realized that that's what they would assume, but that I should have realized that. So I started having a conversation with him about politics right after the trial was over. Like, we were standing outside waiting for them to come outside in the freezing cold there. And there's a podium set up there. And I just started talking to him, and we started talking about vaccines and laws about that. And he actually said to me, and like, I was shocked because like, I was like standing there talking to him. He was showing me something on his phone. I was asking which statute that she had been acquitted of versus convicted of. And he was showing me on his phone. All of a sudden he looks at me and goes, "Wait, are you vaccinated?" So I was like, "No." He's like, "Dude, step back." And I was like, "Okay. Yeah. All right. Easy. All right." So like, I moved back like to 6 feet away. And I was like, "Is this good now?" He's like, "Yeah, that's fine." And then we started having a whole political conversation. And the guy was actually very, very intelligent. He was one of the most intelligent lefties I've ever spoken with. And I was talking to him. He was asking me like why I'm not. He started asking me like, why are you not vaxxed? And I was like, personally, I think I'm immune. Like, I've been around COVID people. And you at home, I'm telling you, you should talk to your doctor about getting vaccinated. 100%. Because I want everyone to stay safe. So I was telling
Joe's out here licking COVID positive people. He's like, I'm just out here licking everybody. I'm just eating tacos all day.
Yeah, so I said, "Do you think that if I was vaccinated, you'd be safer if I was close? Like, that would change anything if I was close? Do you think that I couldn't transmit it to you if I was?" And I started having this sort of conversation with him, and it was a very interesting conversation. It was an interesting debate that I felt like we were having about that topic and about several other topics, but I'm only going to talk about the taboo ones in your channel. So,
Yeah, that's great.
you're welcome. So, yeah, so basically, I said, "Would you would you be willing to come on my channel and like have a healthy debate like this?" And he's like, he looked at me, he's like, "You kidding?" He's like, "No
Yeah.
way. No." He's like, "I
No
lose my
way.
job." He's like,
Yeah.
"No. No." I was like, "I could hide your voice, I could hide your face." He's like, "No, no, I'm not, it's just not worth it to me." And that's what you were saying. That you and I, we're like a no-fly zone for like some people. Like they just won't
So
associate with us because we're deemed too toxic. So
what I would say is this. In an ideal world, I don't think there should be any restrictions at all. Right? I think that everybody should be able to cater to whoever they want. And and frankly, if someone doesn't want to serve me because I'm a cis white male or something, then I I mean, I guess I don't really want to do business with them either. Uh, but that being said, we don't live in an ideal world and we have civil rights acts. Do I think that there should be some protection for political opinion? Yeah, I do. And I don't care that that it's not immutable. I just don't think that that there should be an overt discrimination for this is the key, public accommodations, right? Like which is the key for everything, because public accommodations already accept that they cannot exclude people based on race, national origin, religion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They already have accepted that. And so if you're going to be a public accommodation and not a private organization or club, then I think there should be some protection out there.
so I don't
Which would
understand what makes a public
YouTube, Twitter.
accommodation different from big tech? Like
No,
why
big
are
tech
they?
is a public
Oh,
accommodation.
they are. Okay.
They should be defined as a public accommodation. Whether or not they have been officially recognized that way, they should be. What makes a public accommodation typically is that it's open to all comers, right? Everybody comes in, they get service until they don't.
Mhm,
I mean, that's the basic thing. There's no
mhm.
special club you have to be in to be in Twitter. Now they may try and get around it by saying, "Oh, we have a terms of service." And I don't, if that's the test, if that's sufficient for the test, then that needs to change dramatically, because Twitter is not discerning, right? You click accept, you're in. Twitter doesn't,
Right. In other words,
they don't like do a check and see
my
if you should
analogy,
be in.
like, let's say they say our terms of service are that you cannot be black. That would be ridiculous. That would obviously be discriminatory, and everyone would say that's not acceptable. So similarly, if their terms of service are that you cannot hold certain political beliefs, that's similarly, I would think it's the same sort of thing,
It should
right?
be. And of course, Twitter and Facebook and YouTube will all say, "Oh, we don't discriminate based on politics," even though they obviously do, and it's bullshit. But no, just like how YouTube says that they don't unsubscribe people from my channel when people get unsubscribed while watching a video, like in the middle of a live stream, they'll be subscribed at the beginning, they'll be unsubscribed by the end. So
I want to make reference to someone who I think you would like. This guy, by the way, I had him on my show last week. His name is Neil Kennard. He has a channel called
he's
V
a literal
Radio.
canard.
I think it's Kennard. His name is
Okay,
Neil, and
sure.
his YouTube channel is called V Radio. He actually put together one of the best comprehensive videos, and I watched it before of the Rittenhouse series of events. And he spent weeks putting this together. You could tell from the quality as far as setting up a timeline of all the events from start to finish from
How
multiple
many
angles at the
clips of
same time.
me are in it?
I'm not talking the trial. I'm talking about the events actually there on the
I
scene.
don't want to talk to this person.
Yeah, but so the reason I mention him is because I do want to give him a plug to your viewers. V Radio, he does phenomenal work. But the fascinating thing is he got a tiny channel. He used to have a podcast which had 500,000 subs, and then he stopped doing it for a bunch of years, and they all drifted away on him. And now he's got a YouTube channel which has like 3,000 subs. But when he came to my show, he had 2,708 subs, and I was watching it happened along the way. I was like, he's 20 subs away from 3,000. Get him over 3,000. I'm over 3,100 by the time the show ended. And then and then I was talking to him in wrap up afterwards. and I like refreshed just to like give him the final number, and he was at 2680. And I was like, those sons of bitches, they literally stripped away 500 subs, boom, and a click of a button. Because I saw his number at 3140, and then he dropped back down to less than what he started at before our stream. And to me, that's when Susan hates someone that hard. I mean, he's taking away 25% of his subs in one fell swoop. That's someone you need to be following. That's someone you need to be following. For sure.
Someone in the chat said that that YouTube says in the frequently asked questions that subscriptions aren't stable over 200. It's not that YouTube is like, I'm monitoring the numbers going, oh, it's going up and going down. I'm telling you, I have dozens and dozens and dozens of people over time who have said, this is why I enabled the subscriber only chat, because it actually lets people know when they've been unsubscribed. That people email me and tell me, by the way, I was subscribed to your channel. People who pay me to be YouTube members monthly will get unsubscribed from the channel.
No way.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it happens all the time. It's crazy.
Wow.
During the Rittenhouse trial, V Radio super chatted me and said he'd love to have me on the show. Oh gosh, I don't remember all the super chats.
I would tell you this. I had a conversation that was really entertaining, engaging, and thought provoking for like a couple hours. So I would say I'm sure he would love to come on your channel.
I'd talk to him. Well, I'll get his contact info from you.
Okay,
that'll work. Okay, moving on. Ponton21 says, what if homosexuality and other sexual abnormalities, bigot, regardless of when the condition takes hold, is actually a form of natural selection that attempts to remove undesirable traits and genes from the gene pool? You know, I mean, I guess that's how Darwin theoretically would have looked at it, but you know, I don't know. I'm not a genealogist.
Well, that was the whole reason I'm confident that you'll never find any of these genetics to support this, because I think it would have been weeded out through natural selection. If you're creationist, it definitely makes no sense, and if you're evolutionist, in that case, it also makes zero sense, because part of survival of the species is that the same way a mother has a maternal instinct, the species has a survival instinct, which leans towards heterosexuality. So even if there was some sort of deviation from that, then in that case, deviation wouldn't be so wildly in favor of homosexuality rather than bestiality. It just doesn't make sense why such a thing would manifest such a way. If there was such a thing, which I don't think there is such a thing at all, because I think the same way everyone has a natural instinct, a natural impulse of survival, the species has a natural propagation. And that's how you come out of the womb. It's far more logical to me. At the very least, that there's zero inclination towards heterosexuality or homosexuality. That's debatable at the very least. But
yeah, I have no idea. I don't see, Frank, for me, at the end of the day, whatever the answer is, like I like where you go with the answer based on the desired outcome of the people giving the answer, right? Like that's what's interesting to me is there are people who want to destigmatize. They want to make it born this way because they want to force an agenda. That's the purpose of their saying this. It's not the purity of the scientific process that they're after. They're trying to forward an idea. And if they forward that idea in the right way, they know that it will cause a wider acceptance to suit themselves in whatever fashion. As for me in general, though, I don't give a shit where something comes from. The question is always, should we protect this status or should we not protect the status? Should we make a thing illegal or should we not make it illegal? I don't think pedophilia being inborn or a choice changes the fact that, frankly, it's extremely harmful to children. It's irrevocably and undeniably harmful to children. There are people out there who claim, oh, no, it's fine. It's consensual. Nope. Get on the wall and have a lead breakfast for all I care. But for people who aren't advocating that and they're like, no, we're genuinely trying to suss this out, I don't think it matters. It's either a thing we protect or a thing we do not protect. And I don't think we can ever protect pedophiles more than we protect children, because the balance of risk is so massively in favor of the child that we need to protect the child. They're smaller, they're weaker. We don't recognize their cognitive ability or their decision-making ability. Children are concrete thinkers. They're not abstract thinkers. So they're manipulable in that way. E.g. Santa Claus, like children honestly believe in things that you tell them uncritically. And in many ways that can be a super helpful thing for children, in like, this is bad, this is good. That helps me solve problems and keeps me safe until I'm old enough to make different discernments. But because of that, we owe a duty to children to protect them. And you can never convince me that some sort of purported potential harm to an adult pedophile outweighs the amount of catastrophic damage they can do to a child in moments.
And that ability to be easily manipulated continues even when they reach the ages of 15, 16. Because, that's exactly what we saw with Maxwell. That, like, these women came forward and they're basically like, look, I wanted to be like Elaine, or I wanted to fit in with these, rich people, these wealthy people here. And this is what was, basically normalized. Or, so you see how easy it is for them to basically, get caved to that sort of pressure and make decisions that are not really their own decisions. It's decisions that are basically being made for them. And the next thing they know, they just become, prostitutes as like a teenager.
Exactly. Stephen Cooper says, I do enjoy these Joe-ish questions.
Nice.
Eddie Oliver says, Noah was a Canaanite. The Canaanites evolved into the Jews.
No.
The squid.
Okay, just to point out, Canaanites come from the person named Canaan. Canaan was actually Ham. Ham was Noah's son. Ham's son was Canaan. That's the one who was cursed, was Canaan. And that's who all Canaanites come from. So no, Noah was not a Canaanite. Canaan, the first Canaanite, was a Noah. He was grandson of Noah. So no, just no.
Here we go. Oh my God.
Are you screening out what you should read? You don't want to ask me the Jack Murphy question? That's going to set me off.
No, I'm just.
I'll start screaming at you. No, F you for reading that question. F you, F you hard.
No, I was looking at the Odyssey questions, which I'll get to in a minute. Okay. The squid says, since criticizing scientists is denying science, I declare myself a scientist and I will prove to you scientifically that all maps are built genetically perfect to fit on the wall. And if you disagree, you're a bigot.
Yes. Every wall should be.
Bob Piffle says, you're dissecting and validating the criminally disturbed and deranged. This is true insanity and a waste of time. Assemble 12 parents, have all 12 have their children sexually assaulted, and tell me of their verdict. Hey, read R.A. Salvatore. Hey, what, the Drizzt books or something else that he wrote? I don't know. By the way, I'm going to try at some point. This is unrelated to law, but it's late in the show. I'm going to try and have Ed Greenwood on the show at some point. I do have contact with him. He's probably the most published fantasy fiction author on the planet. He's the creator of the Forgotten Realms, if you follow Dungeons and Dragons. And
I'm going to have to tune in to that and get his answer on the balls, no balls question.
Yes.
Because he's the authority. He would be the authority, right?
He'd have to know. Ryan H says, I sent you a DM on Twitter with a link to an important video on iFunny about the dangers of vaping. You have to show Joe. Maybe not right now. Scarlock says, I identify as a 10-year-old male, and if a hot female grade school teachers don't go after me, I'm suing. Anani14107 says, Senator Wiener pushed through legislation that makes it legal for sex between a teenager 15 plus and a partner within 10 years of age. Intent is to appeal to LGBT community. Czar Newsom signed it. California is a shit show. Well, yeah. I mean, yes. Ding. What was it? Ding Chavez? Shit. Fucking YouTube. Oh, I hate their system. How's it always broken? Ding Chavez 09 says the only answer is the wall. Czar says, why does Wisconsin prosecute so many people for taking out the trash? Super Iron Bob says, Joe, please learn about epigenetics.
I know what epigenetics are.
I don't know what epigenetics are.
Epigenetics is that your behavior can actually change your genetics. That means you're not born gay. Epigenetics,
okay.
It just basically means that your genes can literally start altering based on your behavior. So if someone is displaying genetics, because if there is a gay gene, then it would be epigenetics, and that would not mean born gay. It would just mean that they became gay at some point.
There you go. Great US. This is over on Odyssey. Says Friday, saw live and clicked on stream. Not yours, but you're on it. Weird was Yellow Flash 2 stream. Made fun of women with glasses crying due to couple showing affection on a plane. LOTI, I had a total recall. I was 20. I was handsome male coworker, 67, virgin, one date, never kissed a woman. Sociably a yo-yo. Forgot was 6-inch normal weight. At times he would overload you with detailed info about something that happened. Other times he would go days without talking to you except to nod his head in greetings. Second total recall, I was 34, female coworker, 5'4", 210 pounds, massive ass, 44 years old, glasses, curly, dirty blonde. 4 of us were chatting in break room. She turned around and told us not all are divorced. There are a few who are still virgins. I literally stunned into silence, but 2 others asked questions. From what I remember, it was a religious things. Wonder how many are out there. I have no idea.
Was that like a $500 super chat? That was the longest read.
It was 3. It was 3 super chats.
Oh, okay, fine.
And then there's a 4th one that says, no, my 2 examples not the same as woman in video implied. She cried for not being married yet, and not because she was a virgin. Or was she... And then he's got the emoji with the monocle. Just kidding. She was too pretty to be a 1. By the way, 67-year-old was emotionally abused by both parents, and that's why he's not normal. Yeah, I barely even remember. Oh, there was the woman on, so Yellow Flash pulled up a video of a woman who was relatively pretty, and she was on Instagram or whatever, and she was crying about not being able to date or find a guy or something. I don't know. I don't even remember. Unfortunately,
I saw a woman like that doing TikTok vids, and I was actually dissecting why it is that she can't find a dude.
That might have been the same person.
Not Brad. Did she have a whole thing about not Brad? Really,
dude? I don't know.
Or maybe Brad.
I literally don't remember the beginning of Flashcast from Saturday.
Okay.
Kentucky Life says Tuesday night's main event 258 in the show. Nick's Twitch thought stream. Lol. What's Tuesday night's main event? What show is that? They showed my thought stream. I'm going to DMCA them right now. No. Right now. Fix this. I'm just kidding. Kentucky Life. What is the Tuesday night main event? What is that on?
I don't know what any main event is on.
I don't know what that. I don't
even know what main event actually means. I was thinking that I should change.
Well, that's just the name of the show. The show is called Tuesday Night's Main. Oh, on Geeks and Gamers. Oh. Yes, that's true.
That's what I need to do. I see. That's a good Griff thing. I need to make my Wednesday night shows like Wednesday night main event.
Yeah, it's a good way to do it. To have a. That's a secret to YouTube for everybody out there. Having a consistently done themed show that people can come back to every single week at the same time, same themes. That's actually that's a very good way to do it. It's like TV. People like that. Joey Zabroni says, Tadao, here's a few dollars for some soda pop. Thank you. Mysterious Girlfriend L says, I would argue that consensual incest should be legalized. It being criminal is inconsistent with how other degenerate sexualities are treated. And frankly, I think it's more legitimate than most of what's already normalized, like trans people who are largely pedophiles.
Oh, don't get me started on trans.
What about on incest? Where are you on the incest, the IQ, the incest question? What's your IQ, Joe? Skull Leader says, just curious how the chat system works here. Terribly. Leana says, is 0.01 Libri points enough to get your message read, or do you need more than that? Every subsequent message from you, Leana, needs more than that. But I'll give you this one, your first one. You burned it. How dare you? Great US says, why don't you see something other than Wiki, like Conservapedia or one of these 99 other sites?
I've never even heard of Conservapedia. Is that a real thing?
Bad marketing, I guess. He says, hope you guys know this isn't the first time a media site has much less educated people lobbied for pedos. JPW 2015, Salon did it. Gavin McInnes, why is the left promoting pedophilia? Great US says, this cunt is a pedo apologist. Thinks she's on the frontier of something special. Does this pedo look familiar? 2014. He's sending me a bunch of YouTube links. I'm not going to pull them up because I'm tired. He also has Pedophile Information Exchange. The Pedophile Information Exchange was an organization set up in the UK in 1974 to campaign to legalize and normalize pedophilia. Helmut Kentler was a renowned DE shrink, sexologist and academic, advocated strongly for decriminalization of sex between adults and kids, arguing it could be beneficial for children. Experiments started in the 1960s. Here is a nod to good logic. The first transgender surgeries, mostly male to female, was in university-based clinics starting in the 1950s through the 1970s. The founding fathers of the transgender movement began as the brainchild of three men, all pedos. Number one, Dr. Alfred Kinsey, a biologist and sexologist whose legacy endures today. 2, Dr. Harry Benjamin. 3, Dr. John Maloney, a dedicated disciple of Kinsey and a member of a transsexual research team headed by Benjamin. And he finally says, I motion again to crowdfund all your extended family to move out of Minnesota. FFS, even Iowa has to be better than Minnesota. Maybe we can move just across the border to either Iowa or South Dakota. Maybe that would work. And then Skull Leader says, pedos on the wall, blindfolded or no blindfold.
By the way, I've been searching for you on conservapedia.com.
I'm not on there, am I?
You are.
Oh, really? What's it say? Anything good? Anything bad?
It brings up the YouTube censorship during the Rittenhouse trial.
Oh, okay.
So, but you're on the. So you're basically, it's on their page about Rittenhouse. So
I'm a footnote.
You're basically
footnote.
No, you're a whole paragraph here, basically talking about YouTube censorship.
Footnotes can be a paragraph. Joe.
But it's in the middle. It's before acquittal. So there you go.
Yeah, I'm in flyover. I'm in flyover scroll past country.
YouTube, yes, you are. You are definitely in flyover country, that's for sure. YouTube censored live streams a number of independent law groups who were streaming the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, briefly suspending the videos after Judge Bruce Schroeder dropped the charge of illegal possession of firearm. YouTube suspended at least 4 different channels for a 20-minute period over what the company called, quote, policy violations for using copyrighted audio, despite trial footage being in the public domain. Recato Law and Crime, Odyssey, and The Amazing Lucas had their streams suspended. You've been lumped together with Amazing Lucas, you poor boy. Fake news channels such as CBS and PBS appear to have no issues with their streams of the trial. This is what Conservapedia says. In a live stream featuring 8 lawyers, Nick Recato said, quote, I got a warning that says, heads up, we've detected copyrighted audio in your stream. Your stream might be temporarily blocked. Recato Law tweeted once the issue was resolved and the stream is back up. We're back up. At Team YouTube dropped us by 42,000 viewers over a BS copyright claim because they're literally paid for by the media. There's no copyright issue here. YouTube is just shutting down independent creators. Shortly after, Recato shared another tweet which read, today at Team YouTube is pushing down independent creators in favor of bogus copyright from media partners. YouTube consistently shows that creators who actually build their platform are disfavored by media. Hey, YouTube, we have a contract. You're breaking it. Boom. Boom.
They got the quotes right.
They got it from the Daily Mail. So apparently you were quoted in the Daily Mail.
Great US over on Odyssey says his credit card was security stopped because he kept tipping. Kept doing the chats. All right. So that's the there's one more big chat and we'll go to the rest of them. El Rojo Grande says, please ignore the anti-vaping propaganda. The most credible and extensive study on the matter conducted by the Royal College of Physicians concluding vaping was at least 97% less harmful than traditional cigarettes. Yeah. No, I think if everybody who smoked vaped, we'd be in such a much better place health-wise as a country.
Well, people ask, because I vaped actually for like a year and then I got back to smoking. And someone asked me why I went back to smoking. When I said, basically, it's kind of like if you eat nothing but salad all the time, you're never going to feel hungry, but you never also feel full. So that's the difference between vaping and smoking. But at the same time, I like living. And I'm happy. Yeah. I'm really happy with my life right now. And what I actually was realizing one day is I was like, the one asset that I have that I really can't screw with if I'm going to maintain this lifestyle is I can't screw with my voice. So,
yeah.
That's a big deal.
You don't want that emphysema voice. Hi, my name is Joe Neerman.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
here. I'm good
Oh my
logic.
gosh. Oh
Welcome to
God.
my YouTube channel. I'm here to talk about old
Don't even
cars
stop.
and probably what Gladys has been doing over in the mail room.
Stop. No, you're creeping me out. I get the heebie-jeebies from that. Those were the most effective anti-smoking commercials, was when they showed the people with the throat things. Oh my gosh, those always those really creep me out.
My name is Good
Ah!
Logic.
Okay.
Let's talk about the pedophilia agenda and how it relates to the gays.
Oh God.
At least you can smoke through your stoma.
I don't like you. You're not my friend.
Cooper Chauvin. Cooper Chauvin says, you can buy cigs after 10 p.m. Oh, right. It's just Quebec that sucks. Patrick Allen says, someone needs to do a Joe Nick nose swap picture. I don't need a smaller nose. Nick Riqueda's sexy feet says, what's the leak? Those are not my feet. Those look like Hobbit feet. What is the legality of screenshotting OnlyFans content? I can't see the problem with screenshotting it. You may run into issues re-uploading or republishing it. It kind of depends.
Yeah.
Also, on another note, when can we expect you to start yours? Not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. Contrarian says, free Chandler, hashtag fireplace ownership is legal. His parents went to the cabin. Innocent. Yankee James says, I work at Best Buy. Yes, Nick, definitely have them replace it ASAP. Shipping bolts will destroy the drum if left in. Yeah, we'll be talking to them tomorrow. Ninja Work 1111 says, if you were a public defender and you got Cannibro, what the actual F would you say in your opening statement? Assuming the answer is I wouldn't. No, well, her opening statement was, remember, you really do they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, though.
I'm sorry, I just stumbled because we mentioned print screen on the whole OnlyFans thing. I stumbled on this print screen that I have from before, which says, to put it simply, he's an educated pedo in disguise. Oh my God, I love your chat.
Joe, can you do me a solid? Can you cover for me for 1 minute while I go to the bathroom?
Yeah, sure. I'm on it.
Very unprofessional these days. I'll be right back.
No, that's okay.
Thanks,
This
brother.
is in lieu of a much better song.
What the hell? I should be able to make you big.
Oh, take over. That's right. I'm taking over Nick Riqueda's channel. So let me tell you, my channel is called Good Logic, and I would not be doing proper grift if I didn't tell you that pretty much I'm the most based member of LawTube. And yeah, if you're not signed up to me yet, I don't know what the hell is wrong with you. Like, why wouldn't you be signed up to me? So I'm really only right now just 53,000 members away from 100,000. It's 57 and change. So yeah, you probably should be getting on that. Do your part. That's all. That's really all I got for you. Is just do your part. I mean, do it, brother. I'm doing him a solid, so you can do me a solid. It's not like you're gonna miss anything if you click over there for like a second. Just click the thing. Just click it. And if you're gonna subscribe, I'm gonna point this out. Don't bother subscribing. You're not gonna hit the bell because it's gonna be a 10-minute subscription. And our whole relationship is going to last like 10 minutes, which like no one likes relationships like that. I mean, I guess for some people you have relationships like that, which are really kind of memorable, but that wouldn't be the way it would be between us. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be here every night. That's just reality. I'm not going to be here every night. Sometimes I'm not going to be here. And then what are you going to do? You're going to feel all lost, alone, afraid. Who knows? Anything could happen. Anything could happen to you. I won't be able to look out for you. I've tried. This is my goal. I'm trying to look out for you. I'm looking out for your best interest. So yeah, I'll tell you this much, that there are times that I look at what Nick created here and I think to myself, what he did is so amazing. And I don't think for a second that this guy could have done any of it without my help. Only because, and I don't mean that in a way that anything about me. It's not about me. But I just will point out to you, I first came on this show like roughly a year ago. He was like this much smaller thing. And then all of a
What
sudden,
the fuck is happening here? What is this bullshit? What is this shit?
He blew up into like all of a sudden. He's like, when he met me, it was like he was like at 70,000 subs. He's literally grown 5 times his size since then.
What the hell is this nonsensical nonsense?
When I first told Ron Coleman I was invited to go on Nick Rickea's stream, he's like, "Who?" I was like, "So there's this lawyer. He's got this thing. He's like talking at 4 a.m. and people are watching him. I don't know why."
Ron knew who I was. Ron knew who I was.
He didn't know. He didn't even notice that stream. You streamed at him for 2 hours, and it was basically like one of your it's like basically someone on Twitter who's got like 30 followers who tags.
He mentioned it. He mentioned it in the interview with him.
Did he?
He watched that stream. He thought I was an idiot.
Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty awesome.
Oh my goodness. Real quick though. So going back to the super chat, let's ignore whatever Joe was saying. I'm clipping that out.
Totally. It never happened.
The question was, if you were a public defender and you got Cannibro, what the actual F would you say in your opening statement? I would say that that first of all, you would go ahead with the public defender's argument that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. But then you start talking about the problems they have with their story. They're going to ask you, and the prosecutor just did, ask you to believe a lot of crazy things. But the interesting thing is when you think about it, when you think about the things they're asking you to believe, the only way you come up with this, the only way you come to their conclusions, which all sound very reasonable right now, is if you pretend that everybody in this case is ridiculous, is a caricature, is not a real person. You have to believe that to accept that these lies that he's allegedly telling his family, his friends, that they all bought them, that they all believed them uncritically, that they never asked where he was going. They never asked how he had these jobs. They never asked why someone without even an undergraduate degree has a starting job at SpaceX. They never asked why just a mere concussion would prevent him from getting a job would prevent him from fulfilling his job at SpaceX. They never asked where any of this stuff was happening. His girlfriend accepts uncritically that he's somehow disabled, that he can't carry anything because of a concussion. You have to suspend your disbelief as if it were a movie script. And the question you'll have to answer, jury, is this real or is this a movie script? Because what the prosecution is selling you is a story, might even be a good one, but do you believe it? Something along those lines. You got to start raising the seeds of doubt. You got to start sowing them right away. In my opinion, you start asking questions about how this guy who goes to his girlfriend's farm to deposit the bodies, right? They go to his girlfriend's farm. Like
it wasn't his girlfriend's farm, was it? It was friend of the girlfriend.
His girlfriend's mother's lesbian fiance.
Okay.
That's whose farm it was. And his gun ends up in their shed. Nobody's asking questions about why his gun is in their shed, right? Like why that happened. Why would Joe? You're gonna go ditch bodies. You're gonna put them at your girlfriend's mom's lesbian lover's farm. Not very far in the woods, by the way. Not that far off the thing. You're going to ditch your hacksaws in her burn barrel because that makes sense. And you're going to leave your rifle that you used to murder your parents in her shed. Like if this wasn't actually being presented by witnesses under oath, you'd never believe that this was the story of the murder. Like if you saw this in a movie, you go, this is dumb.
How the hell else? But then you have to think to yourself, okay, so then how did this happen? This guy, don't you have to paint an alternate theory?
You don't have to, but you can and you should.
What I'm saying
you got to be careful on how you do it.
If you don't paint an alternate theory, doesn't it make your whole claim seem kind of hollow? That it's like I'm trying to get out on technicality, even though I did it.
Maybe, but I think you start raising questions about the girlfriend's involvement. Who the prosecutor was very quick to say that she had nothing to do with it. Mm-hmm. So she brought over gallons of hydrogen peroxide to go ahead and clean up a floor. She helped clean up a floor, allegedly, but she didn't do anything wrong. She didn't know anything was going on.
Well, if the girlfriend did it, if they're trying to sell that story, how is it that he didn't know anything about it? He wasn't aiding and abetting.
Maybe he was. Maybe he's guilty of the dismemberment, but not the murder.
Yeah, you would have to check out what the dismemberment statute would be, because it's probably pretty bad too.
Could be desecrating a body.
It's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. This isn't. Which state is this in? It's
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. So if you believe Mark Richards, you can't
mutilating or hiding a corpse. So let's see. Whoever mutilates, disfigures, or dismembers a corpse with intent to conceal a crime or avoid apprehension is guilty of a Class F felony.
Oh, that's not too bad.
And then it could be a G felony. Whoever hides or buries a corpse with intent to conceal. So the mutilation's a Class F. I'd take that over.
What about accessory? What about accessory after the fact?
I think accessory after the fact to murder. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Usually accessories get the same thing.
Yeah, that's far better than the life imprisonment that he's looking at here.
Yeah.
That's actually not a bad thing for him to try to sell. That's not a bad story for him to try to sell. Did they disprove to you that perhaps look, we pretty much you know that the bodies were basically poorly cremated in his house. So there's no way to really get around that thing. But that maybe trying to sow the seed that, hey, the mother, the girlfriend got in a fight with the mother, then killed the father, whatever it is, and that he loved her and that he made mistakes in helping her, but they were already gone.
Accessory after the fact is only codified in the Wisconsin Code of Military Justice.
Really?
Maybe here. Oh, wait, here we go. Maybe this. Yeah. Accessory after the fact.
And that would explain why she poorly hid the gun. She poorly hid the murder weapon in her mom's lesbian thing. That's not bad. That's not bad.
I'm just, again, like the whole idea, the only people who saw him at the farm and can testify to this are people who texted a day before the murder about anger against one of the victims. They're the ones. The girlfriend and the mom expressed anger about his mom a day before she ends up dead. He has no text expressing anger towards his parents. He has no evidence expressing anger. The only evidence that they have is that he seems to have lied and constructed a lie about his life.
Yeah.
And their theory of the murder, we need to put this out there. Their theory of the motive for the murder is that he was lying about having a job and lying about going to college.
Which is
his dad found out.
It's a weak motive.
His motive is that he got caught in a lie, so he murdered his parents. Both of them.
Yeah.
At separate times, because he and his dad would have been alone at this meeting, according to the prosecution's theory. So he murders his dad and then goes home and murders his mom. Doesn't murder his brother, though.
Yeah.
Doesn't murder his girlfriend, who he's been
implied in there is he was afraid he was going to be homeless. But still, like, why would why would that be a motive? He could have moved in with his girlfriend in theory.
Yeah.
The whole thing. No, I mean, I like your approach here as far as the defense counsel, as far as trying to claim.
Yeah. Now, look, let me be very clear on this. I'm pretty sure this guy did it.
Oh yeah, he totally did.
I'm pretty sure this guy
did it. It's sort of like a fun exercise to see, like, how could you try and defend this, and when you recognize that the burden of the state is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So in that case, your objective is purely to sow reasonable doubt. Now, this is why I hate criminal defense attorneys, but because I think they're soulless. But at the same time, I'm not going to have that debate with you today. But yeah, it creates an opportunity for the interesting intellectual conversation as to, like, how do you get away with murder?
Yeah, I believe at this point that he did it, but I would not be surprised at all. Because, like, I keep going back to this. If this were a movie, the better story is that he's covering up for the girlfriend or that he's framed. One of those two. Those are the better story.
Like, now, that's the way the story ends. Like, this sort of like the upshot at the end. Like, they sort of like and rewind, and like you see like how basically she's this manipulative, evil bitch who basically had him under her thumb, and she's the one who actually kills them and basically threatens him into like helping her try to get rid of the bodies.
So this
and
came
then
out
and then she frames him with the whole thing like, yeah, I saw him texting there. I thought that was weird. I don't know. What are you doing on the farm when you said you were going to be going to bed?
When he's talking about his job at SpaceX, he mentions that he makes 80 grand a year. One of the screenshots that his girlfriend took, because she happened to screenshot everything, just happened to screenshot everything, including his strange locations on Snapchat. She just starts screenshotting his locations on Snapchat every time it just happens to be involved with him disposing of bodies or whatever. But one of the screenshots she takes is while they're talking, she's looking at houses on Zillow or whatever. Joe, she's looking at a $700,000 house. A $700,000 house. These two are 23 years old. And now
here's the other thing you do.
His parents happen to have $1 million life insurance policy.
And you also want to plant the seed that it's like he was totally dating out of his league. And like he was basically doing anything he could to please her. And so if she killed them, like he would like totally went along with it after the fact.
Not in California, guys, in Florida. SpaceX is centered in Florida. Tesla's in California.
I don't think $700,000 is a New Jersey hovel. But
it'll depending on where you are in Florida, it can be a lot of money.
Yeah.
A lot of money. But anyway, so
I like your defense there. Good job.
You got to do something. You got to do something other than, well, reasonable doubt's pretty important, guys. You got to give them something. The opening statement of the prosecution's an hour long, and it was devastating.
I saw it. I saw that. I was watching in double speed, and I have to tell you something. I was like, I like this prosecutor. He's very amiable and just very compelling. And he's like, look, this is what's going to happen. You're going to see some worse stuff, and we're not doing this, but this is and the burden's on us. And if we don't prove it to you, yeah, I like the way he was like, look, if we don't prove it to you, then you should acquit him. Like it's almost like he's accepting the burden and saying, I'm charging for it, but we're going to prove it to you.
Yes, Tesla's going to Texas. I know someone in the chat said 700,000 in California is not a lot of money. Oh my God. Anyway, okay, let's move on. Mr. Bandito says, I subbed to you during the Rittenhouse trial. I feel stupid for just now noticing all the 40K stuff you have. Love it. Blood for the blood god. Oh, yes. And skulls for the skull throne, my friend. Yankee James says the doors can be switched on both the washer and the dryer. I hope so. I'm just saying, like, I'm not an expert on door switchery on washing machines, but I'm looking at the washer and I see how you switch them on the dryer. I don't see on the washer, but I haven't read the manual yet. I haven't had time. Also, I'll make them do it since they should have done it when installing them instead of being fucking dumb. TR Greater Rex says, don't be afraid to throw your weight around. I have about 100,000 Twitter followers and 500,000 YouTube subscribers and would hate to have to tell them this story. Not applicable says, could Ralph fit in your laundry room? Height wise, he'd be fine. Width would be trouble. It'd be trouble for him. Not applicable also says the term is wildebeest.
Can you explain to me the fight between you and Ralph, how that happened? Because I want give me the Cliff Notes version.
Cliff Notes version is this. Ralph has been found guilty of uploading revenge pornography. He pled no contest to it. Here's the long story short.
Against whom?
Against his ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
At the time, current girlfriend. Some of the statements he made to her may have factored into his no contest plea. Allegedly made statements to her that I did this to humiliate you is probably not a good thing to have written down. But that was sent to me. I can't verify that he said that, but that's part of some of the alleged statements that he made. Anyway,
how did this become personal between the two of you?
When this incident occurred, I was friends with Ralph or whatever. People told me not to be, but I don't listen to people very well. And so I was friends with Ralph when his incident occurs. He reaches out to me for assistance, for some advice. And
this is while he was facing charges.
No, he was not facing charges at the time.
Okay.
This is right after the incident of the alleged upload occurs, right?
Before he's charged.
Right. So he reaches out to me. The only reason I'm talking about this is because he said this. He made this public. I never once mentioned that he reached out to me. He reached out to me for advice, and I told him that I would treat him like a client and that his, what we talked about would be confidential. And that's all I'll say about what we talked about, because that's what he has released. However, he was mad because I did an interview with someone by the name of PPP, and PPP asked me about the allegations of the revenge pornography. And he says, Ralph uploaded that. And I said, I actually don't know. I don't know who uploaded it. And he says, well, what, do you think his phone was hacked? And I said, I thought that was a joke, by Dick Masterson, because I have heard Dick Masterson say the joke that Ralph's phone was hacked, because everybody, when something goes wrong, right, they say, oh, my phone was hacked or whatever. So I said, I figured that was just a joke from Dick Masterson. And then PPP said it wasn't. And I said, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I don't know. I don't know who uploaded the video. Doesn't look good for Ralph, though, is what I said. And that was like a year prior to this thing blowing up.
So is this him claiming that you breached attorney-client privilege?
Yes.
Okay.
And then what happened was, a year after that, he did a 24-hour live stream in which he 100% definitely farted, and it was picked up by the microphone, and people sent it to me. And I laughed and I said, you know what? It's a 24-hour show. You're going to fart on a stream. It's going to happen. I do it all the time. But it usually doesn't get picked up.
There's no noise. Yeah. You pray. Yeah.
Yeah. It usually doesn't get picked up by the mic, but at the end of the day, gross, but who cares? Mm-hmm. That's what set him off. And so then this year-old drama that he had never talked to me about comes up, and he's like, oh, that Shyster lawyer, he's snaking the blah, blah, blah. And all I'm thinking was, Ralph, if I had told people that I can't talk about this because you reached out to me for help, that would have made you look way worse than me saying, you know what? I don't know who uploaded it, because in reality, I have no idea.
Right.
So that's That's his thing. Well, he burned.
Did he ever revenge porn against you? Did he ever do that?
No.
To you? Oh, okay.
No, there's no existing pornography of me, revenge or otherwise, that could be used. Because my advice to everybody, and I've said this for years now, don't make a sex tape. If you do, don't ever put it on anything that could be connected to the internet at all. And if you somehow do put it out on the internet, never, ever, ever publicly share it. Those are the 3 simple rules to live by.
Smart.
So anyway, it's a dumb thing. I don't know what his deal is. And
so what's your animus towards him? What's your beef with him? Just that
he's just retarded and said a bunch of nasty stuff about my wife. That was uncalled for. For one, you could be mad at me all day, but she's never said an unkind word towards him or anybody else. And so for him to try to go after me through hers is pretty low.
No, she seems amazing. Like, she really married down.
But, yeah, she did. Yeah. She did. But except that I'm a lot taller than her. Right. And more importantly, that I'm taller than Attorney Tom. Nice. That's much more important about that.
He's surprisingly tall.
Yeah. Attorney Tom?
Yeah. All you guys are ridiculous. And
Attorney Tom is not tall.
All kidding aside, no, he's 6'3" or something like that.
No, he is not.
Yes, he is.
He is not.
Yes, he is.
No, Joe,
what is
come on. He's 5'9".
Get out of here, really?
Yeah.
So he's got one of those low camera things just shooting up at him.
Wait, so you thought
it's exact
opposite
Tom was tall? Of you? It's exact opposite of you, where you
haven't met Tom in person then.
You have a ceiling cam basically coming down at you. So you think I'm taller than Tom?
You very well could be.
Wow.
Joking aside, you could be. I don't remember relative heights separated by 1,000 miles when I met each of you, but you may be. All I know is that I'm taller than Tom.
No, you're ridiculously tall. You're surprisingly tall.
Everybody's taller than Tom when he's being stepped on by a weeb chick. So that's to be clear. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, Mark Brazil says, Nick, I think your washer and dryer might have been installed on the wrong side of each other. All the doors are the same, in my opinion. Well, the doors aren't the same. Washer and dryers have interchangeable doors. Our last washer and dryer were installed in the same sides as this one. but the doors were they opened opposite to each other to make it more convenient. Right. And the doors are switchable definitely on the dryer. I think they're switchable on the washer too. I just don't know how to do it. Austin Olsen says,
is Ralph the guy? I remember once watching a video with you. Sorry to bring you back to this, but I remember watching a video once with like some white trash screaming at people at a door, and then they broke in, they barreled in.
Yeah, that's Ralph.
Yeah. I vaguely recall this. You were watching with Ty, and that's the first time I ever saw Ty. That's on your show. So yeah, okay. So I just wanted to make sure I was getting everything put together. Okay, I'm sorry.
Mandy Karavichus says, if you all laid down on the floor, who would be taller, Ralph? Oh wait, my nose. Actually, no. Yes. I think I would be. I would still be taller. There you go.
Need a pillow.
Austin Olsen says, at the hospital with the wife waiting for our first kid to arrive. We've been at the hospital since 4 a.m. She's been having contractions since Sunday night. Hopefully he gets here soon. Oh, that was the one whose water broke. That was the one whose water broke.
What, since contractions since Sunday, and now the water first broke? Why the hell didn't they? Wow.
Dude, sometimes that's how it be. Sometimes that's how it be.
That must be your first kid. Congratulations.
Jahane says, reversible door is a feature you have to shop for in washers. Most aren't capable because of the wiring to the door latch singular mounting points. Jonathan Ferrier says, Chandler's lawyers should use Kuru disease as a defense. Gaius Nadia Caesar says, Your Honor, my client here was clearly enthralled by the lesbian vampires and their daughter to commit this horrendous act. Ryan Bibbs says, detective who led the search through the house and did testing for blood, etc., testified yesterday. It's worth watching. Patrick Allen says, misrepresented. Black chunk was burnt wood with small bone fragments on it. Either way, why would you leave it? If he cleaned out the thing, why would you throw a black chunk of burnt wood back on the pile? Doesn't make sense. Audi Joe says, what happens when a K9 is killed in the line of duty? They get an end of watch treatment, like very similar to human officers.
Yeah, they give a lot of respect to K9s.
Yeah, Quicks in LV says, girlfriend is Kat Melander. Then there's Paul Melander, also known as Gil Grissom's arch enemy on CSI. Coincidence? I think not. Grimm's Bar says, oh my God, he's got a Jupiter Saiyan.
What the hell is a Jupiter Saiyan?
Like Super Saiyan, but with Jewish in it.
Right.
So I guess that's your rant that they're talking about.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, Grimm's Bar is actually, he's a great contributor to my channel. He actually clips stuff for me. So he's awesome.
Grimm's, have you ever clipped him and put on the blonde Super Saiyan hair? Have you ever done that?
I don't know what that means.
Nicholas Cruiser says, quartering doxed Hitler out of art school. You heard it here first, folks. David Hamilton says, good logic is younger than Chris Cornell, Eddie Vedder, Lane Staley, and Kurt Cobain. Gen X all day long.
Oh, my gosh.
Damn. You got wrecked. Patrick Allen says, pull up your Chewbacca DM. What? Chewbacca DM. JH says, expose Fauci was trending and I was banned on Twitter for saying I wanted him to expose himself in front of me. Pastafarius sent a chat that was retracted. Then another one says, how is being born away make it right? We are not born perfect. No, that's true. That's what it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. But because people say that being born a particular race was the basis for discrimination, they say that being born in any particular way will be the basis for justification, which is
an unnecessary justification because it doesn't need to be an immutable characteristic.
Right. Some people are born weebs, and there should be no forgiveness for weebs.
Indeed.
Blake Pritchard says, are certain people genetically predisposed to kill their parents? Maybe their boyfriend's parents, if you know what I'm saying. 2D Harem King Jack says, isn't it funny how the dictionary definition of the suffix phobia is the fear, no indication of hate, but homophobia is the fear or hate of gays? Agenda. STFU says, everyone is gay. Joe Niermeyer, a.k.a. Good Logic. Niermeyer, apparently. Nierman? Nierman, I think.
Yeah, it is Nierman.
Base Crocodile says, I'm a trans-species crocodile, Nick's favorite reptile. Not Applicable says, the actual history term was coined by George Weinberg to smear disapproval of gay behavior. He got being gay removed from the DSM, was himself hetero. Diane Tincher says, Judah is one of the 12 tribes of Israel, sons of Jacob. People who descended from Judah are called Jews.
That's true. That is the origin of the term Jew.
Okay, well, I'll go back to Israelite then. Base Crocodile says, Joe, your people killed Jesus and follow Moloch and Baal. Damn.
No, that's not true.
Mark Braz, well, they
There's
did
actually, no, we didn't. No.
Who killed Jesus then?
The Romans.
But
Jews never crucified anyone.
That's like
we never crucified anyone.
Wait, you're saying that it wasn't done at the crown's direction?
No, I think the crown. What do you mean the crown's direction?
The crowd.
The
Pharisees.
Is that what happened?
Demanding the execution of Jesus.
So you're saying that there were Jews, and this is your theory. I just want to make sure I understand.
My theory.
Jews in the crowd.
What's in the text?
Jews in the crowd screamed to the Romans, "Kill Jesus!" And for the first time and last time ever, people listened to Jews. That's the Romans listened to Jews. Like, what the hell did the Romans ever listen to the Jews about?
The story is the Jews brought Jesus before Pilate. They accused him.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the story, so educate me.
Oh, well, have you heard of Mel Gibson?
I've heard of him, yeah.
He did a documentary on it called The Passion of the Christ.
Oh, so now movies are called documentaries.
I'm joking, Joe. I'm joking. Okay. There is a New Testament which talks about this fairly. It's pretty good. Maybe not as good as the Old Testament, but not bad. Really, frankly, terrific writing. No, so the story is that the Jew, one of the high priests or whatever, brings the charges against Jesus to Pilate. And Pilate's like, I really don't care about this at all, right? Like, I don't care. And so he's like, no, this guy's guilty of blasphemy. He's guilty of all these things. And under our law, he should be executed, but you're the governor, so you have to do it. And so then Pilate goes out to the crowd and he's like, hey, look, they want me to kill this Jesus guy. What do you want to do? And they're like, no, kill him. Crucify him. Go to a Catholic church on Easter and you'll get this whole story. And it's in its full, 7-hour glory. Like, crucify him. And he's like, but I don't know about that. And they're like, no, give us Barabbas, the strangler. Send Barabbas back out. We want that guy. But kill this Jesus guy instead.
Why would they want Barabbas?
Because he said, look, I'm only going to kill one guy today. So, and they're like, no, kill the Jesus guy. He's bad. And so then Pilate washes his hands of the killing, like the ceremonial washing of the hands. Like, I am not guilty of this. You people are. And he kills him. Well, he has him killed by the executioners.
I wasn't there.
I'm just saying that's what the story is.
No, I never heard this. I never heard this story before.
You've never heard the story of the crucifixion of Jesus?
No, I never did. I mean, I've heard that he was crucified. I've seen images portray they're designed to portray Jesus being crucified. I never knew whether it was like straps or nails. I mean, I know that
nails.
Yeah, although I think historically they used straps and they left them to starve up there. That's what I understood. Actually is historically what they did more often. And
the straps? The straps are normal.
That's what's normal. But so why would they use nails that time?
I don't know, because they didn't like him. Beats me.
But
Jesus is a rabble rouser, right? He's causing.
It's because he's a rabble rouser. That's why the Jews wanted him. I'm really curious. I'm asking sincerely.
Well, I mean,
I'm not mocking. I'm not anything. I'm just trying to understand what.
But right before this happens, like a week before this happens, right? He comes down from the mountain. This is Palm Sunday, and he does this parade through into town towards the temple.
Whoa.
And everybody.
Palm Sunday is like a week before Easter Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and like the town is lined up, and they're all interested in this rabbi, right? This rabbi walking around teaching everybody. This itinerant rabbi. He's walking around. He's got a preceding and a following, and he's saying some things that are a little bit dangerous, right? Like they get him on all sorts of aspects of Jewish law. He's telling people, oh no, don't worry about eating, on Sundays or whatever, or eating meat or whatever. You should be fasting. No. We got work to do. You got to heal people. You should be healing people, not worrying about these traditions and stuff like that. So they've got him on all sorts of stuff like that. These aspects of law that he was allegedly violating or preaching against. And
that he was preaching as healing people, or he was healing people. I'm a little
both. He was healing people on the Sabbath. On the Sabbath, he was healing people.
But we allow healing people who need.
I don't know. I'm just telling you what's in the book, man.
Okay.
Yeah, they were bitching about him healing people. They're like, "Isn't that doing work?" And he's like, "No, not really." Like plus we got to do that. Plus, his disciples weren't fasting when they were supposed to fast. And he's like, "No, you got to have food. You got to stop worrying about this petty stuff and get out there."
Okay.
So, I don't know. Look, I'm not.
No, I understand.
I'm
I understand you're not proselytizing. No, I asked you to explain it to me.
Well, I know what you're getting for Christmas next year.
What's that? Oh no,
a Bible.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, let's keep going. Mark Brazel says, "Does this mean a twin is a victim coming out of the womb?" Yes, twins are victim of pedophilia. Nick's Heck says, "You forgot about the part where the Pharisees threatened to tattle on Pilate to Caesar." See, there you go. We're going to crowdsource this story. Radio Ruin says, "Typical JBS, create a golem to do your dirty work and deny responsibility when it doesn't go your way. Never trust the tribe."
See, that actually sounds legitimately anti-Semitic. I'm not going to kid you.
Might have been.
Yeah,
might have been.
Usually I take it as like, okay, all right, they're just like, screwing with me. That one sounds like, yeah, I hate them Jews. So
could be.
There you go. All right. There's always gonna be that contingent out there. But hey,
numbers, man.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Oh yeah, the history, the execution of Jesus is also in the history of Josephus. It's not that thoroughly mentioned there. Yeah, make Joe watch Jesus Christ Superstar with us. Jesus Christ. The John Beck says, "Nick's idea of where Jews start is as erroneous as Joe's definition of Gen X."
That was pretty good.
STFU says, "And screw chat mocking Inigo Montoya for his name." Juan Rico says, "During the Napoleonic period, there was a British general called Manly Power." Look it up, Nick. Chuck Steak says, "When I'm rimmin', I stay grinnin'. #Riminal order." Nurse Paco says, "There is a difference between maps. Those who offend on the prepubescent go feet first into the chipper." STFU says, "You know what the best thing about 28-year-olds is? IYKYK. Oh, if you know, you know." I have no idea. Nicholas Cruiser says, "Hooah, I'm Chippy, your tour guide to Pedo Island. Put on your blindfolds and follow the sound of my voice." Not Applicable says, "Cover Patriot Front and the new DVE FBI unit, please." I don't know anything about that, but maybe. Wrestler Town says, "I've wondered if pedoness is actually just sexual attraction to harming people, or even a non-sexual urge to harm people manifesting itself in the most effective way to accomplish the harm." Fuzzy Creature says, "I am now that 40-year-old virgin. If I had a bad day, I don't go hunting for women to struggle snuggle. Peas aren't a bad day away from criminality." No, everyone's a bad day away from criminality.
Yeah.
I mean, that is shown over and over and over.
That's a big Jordan Peterson thing.
Yeah. And it's also true. People who have never done anything bad in their life end up murdering someone because they have a bad day. Austin Olsen, that's when he says, "Wife's water just broke, so we're one step closer." STFU says, "This truly is the island of broken toys." John Beck says, "Read the external links at the bottom of James Cantor's wiki page." I didn't edit the page at all. Oh no. STFU says, "I was born in 1971, Joe in 70, Gen X, not boomers." Bob Pivel says, "R.A. Salvatore has nothing to do with my earlier comment. Drizzt." I've read a Drizzt book or two. It was years ago. Timothy Reaper says, "Advice for non-offending child enthusiasts: get a job on an ocean oil rig, let your workmates know about your problem, and ask them to kick you anytime they suspect you are thinking of children." Won't you just end up in the ocean?
Yeah.
Matthew Spriggs says, "Wiki user Assume Good Wraith is camping the page to revert edits. Bishop of the Order of Taco, you are a fucking legend." No. Bishop of the Order of Taco. It was the Wikipedia.
That sounds like 8th level liminal order.
Yeah. Poll numbers have changed. That's correct. By the way,
here we go. The poll's still up there.
60%. 60% of people believe that the pedo doctor looks like Ben Kingsley now. Without hair. I didn't put without hair. I should have. Pika Warps says, at what point do these wood chipper jokes reassure maps not to out themselves? YouTube blocked the P word. I've known 2 or more who haven't offended but are attractive. The thing is, what will make them out themselves? Like what is it? That's the weird argument is that, oh, if we're just more socially accepting, everybody will out themselves. Well, and then what? Like, and then they won't be a danger to offending. They'll magically all just run to therapy.
A parade of 10-year-olds in Speedos.
Oh God. But this is the thing. So let's say we destigmatize it as a society, magically destigmatize.
That just shows you how incredibly sick the entire thing is. This is why, because that is literally what work, and it's so nauseating. It is so like, ugh.
But if you destigmatize the entire thing, are we to assume then that everybody immediately runs to therapy? Like, oh man, if it weren't for the social stigma, I would go to therapy, but I'm not going to now. I don't think that's going to happen. Black Rose says apparently what makes them out themselves is social media.
There you go. That's true.
Rottweiler says, if you haven't, you should give James Lindsay's series Groomer Schools a watch. It's way more insidious than you think. Keep it up. Cheers. Jack says pedos are genetic and occur in nature. Proven fact. This does not make it okay, and nature does not work like that. It's called mutation versus evolution. I don't know that pedos are genetic. I'm not convinced, but I'm not a science, so who knows? The Squid says the evidence will show that maps are born genetically perfect to fit on the wall.
Yes.
Andrew War Snowboard says my dad's older cousin is switching denominations in the church so he can join one that will let him marry gays. How mad should I be? Don't be mad. Who cares? Like, there's no point in being mad about that. Like, you're not going to change his opinion by anger. So don't be mad about it. You don't have to endorse the behavior, but Concealed Aces says there's a book on how intel agencies use pedos pedo acts to create multiple personality disorder in kids. MK Ultra book is called Program to Kill. STFU says, according to Dr. Emmett Brown, it's Giga Chad. Oh, 1.21 Giga Chads. Bad Dragonite says Soul Calibur is just Tekken with swords, so better. Agree to disagree on that one. Glung, thanks for the donation. Ryoji Mata says all pedos and any experts that protect them should become part of the wall. Tricyclotron says Day of the Rake. Gabe the Dizzle says I'm a childhood sex abuse survivor. That's why I asked for your help and you ignored me. You'll profit off our abuse but not lift a finger to help. F you.
Wow.
And he says, read Female Sex Offender by Julia Hislop, 20 megaton red pills on almost every page. Gabe, I've read your email a couple times now. I don't know what you think I can do for you. And so, no, I have not responded to your email. I'm not ignoring you. But here's the deal, buddy. Just because you emailed me, one, doesn't mean I will ever be able to respond to you. A lot of people email me and don't get responses because I get a shitload of email. But two, doesn't mean I have any capability to email. Like, if you want me to represent you, the amount of money you would have to pay for me to be able to like represent you in a matter is astronomical. Two, I don't think you're in Minnesota. Three, there's not a clear target for a lawsuit. So I'm not sure what you want me to do, but I don't respond well to demands. So if you say, fuck me, fuck you. I'm sorry that you suffered some sort of abuse, but just because you suffered abuse doesn't entitle you to my attention or provide some magical ability for me to help you. Like, I can't just automatically drop everything that I'm doing in my life to help you. And maybe that would be wonderful, but I don't. I'm a guy on YouTube who happens to be a lawyer. I don't necessarily have a plethora of resources to solve your life's issues. So again, I apologize for not responding. I've been trying to. But if it's F you because I won't lift a finger to help you personally on your issue, I don't know what to tell you. There's lots of people I don't help. I don't have time. I don't have resources. I don't have the ability to help everybody, and neither do you or anybody else. So I mean, if FU is your response to me, then that's fine. That'll save me a lot of time thinking about your issue. So thanks.
So I've been sitting here as a disinterested third party listening to both sides here. And I have to say, I agree with Gabe. He sent you an email. You should have fixed him.
There you go. There you go. Cooper Shelvin. Here's the thing. And this is not fair to people. It's not fair to people who may want my time or attention, but YouTube is my income, and it's a good income. Taking time away to do a case means I have to replace that income, which has gotten higher and higher as I've done the channel.
Yep.
And again, that makes it unfair to a point where there's a real reality that if I took a case for pay right now, I would have to charge a rate that would be unethical, because it would go against my personal experience in most areas of law. Like, it just would. And we have ethical standards. It would also be above the prevailing rate in the area where I live. So if I were to take a case right now in my area, the amount of money I would need to take that case to replace my YouTube income would be more than partners at large law firms in the or large for this area law firms. And I don't know that I can actually do that. It's one of the reasons I don't charge people when I do take a case, but I also have to balance out the amount of time, because if I take on, hours and hours of work during the work week, that's less streaming I can do. So.
And that's actually something I hadn't really considered, but I think it's a very valid point. That now it's almost like the amount you need to charge per hour now is beyond your level of expertise as an attorney for charging as serving as an attorney. So it's like, how are you ever going to break even? It's like, it's almost, and then, by the way, when an attorney does put themselves in a situation like that, they tend to feel resentful and not do as the same job on the case, because they almost feel like, why the hell am I stuck handling this crap when I could be making more money doing something I love doing? And it's like, I foresee that within a year, you're not going to be within the year on the outside. If you're already not at the point, you're not going to be taking any more cases at all.
Yeah. And I, the last several cases I've taken have all been pro bono, because I don't like billing people, but that doesn't mean I can just take a bunch of pro bono cases. And that doesn't mean I can do this, that I can take the time to do it and invest that time. And again, if I haven't gotten back to you, I barely ever respond to any emails, so it's not personal.
And just to let you know, seriously, and I'm not even joking this, and I don't say this begrudgingly, if I text Nick, it's like a 20% chance he'll text me back within like a day. That's just reality. And that's because he's just dealing with just a million type of thing. Eventually he'll get back to me, and then he'll apologize. Dude, sorry, I know you sent me a text and I didn't get back to you 2 weeks ago. But that's the nature. And look, that's the nature of it. And I don't take any offense to it. It's like, 'cause I know it's not personal, and that's why no one should take. I know no one should take it personally. So
RNG name says you should get a list of people that you can refer to in cases like this. I mean, that sounds really easy, but the area of law is so broad. Like, I get people who ask me about tax stuff. I get people who ask me about probate stuff. I get people who ask me about violent crime. I get people who ask me about drug crime. I get people who ask me about civil stuff. The list of people has to be huge. And I do try and refer people when I can, but it's not, it sounds a lot simpler than it is. But we'll keep going.
Let's face it, it's also a pain in the ass. I mean, it's like, just because people recognize you and know your face and name, so they assume that okay, now you all of a sudden you become a lawyer referral service, which you don't want to even have to research. And when you refer a client or potential client to someone, you're vouching for that person. And if it's an area of law that you don't really know and you barely know the lawyer, you almost feel guilty even making the recommendation, because what if the guy screws up? Now everyone's looking at you like, why'd you set me up with this person? Like, I don't know, he just covers this area of law and he's in your jurisdiction. What the hell do I know? You have Google also. You can find lawyers. You can go to Avo and check someone out.
Oh God. Here we go. Look at this.
What's his picture there? Drunk Logic. What picture does that guy have?
I don't know what that was.
That's great.
But just to the point, if I haven't responded to you, it legitimately isn't personal. And again, I have read your email, Gabe, but I don't exactly know what to say to you. I really don't. Cooper Chauvin says, who cares if it's nature or nurture? Guillotines, end of. Mac Jerfy says, I took the out of the word therapist. STFU says, trad Jewish breeze equals rabbi using his mouth creepy. Some people don't like it. Gabe the Dizzle says, I was an infant the last year Tom Hanks was at Great Lake Shakespeare in Lakewood, Ohio. My mom volunteered there. Mom was the main abuser. Gabe the Dizzle says, 0 to 4. Most of my memories are bad. Something happened when I was 4 that changed it, but made it 10 times worse. Grandparents mostly kept me safe. And he also says, he keeps going here. So after saying F you, he sent me a whole bunch of super chats. Corey Cass says, it's better than all the globalists handing out their stupid globes. Gabe the Dizzle says, 4 to 6. Child messiah of a cult. When I was 6, my mom killed my grandfather and got away with it, covered up in church. And I found out and told I was beaten. Eric Winberg says, thanks, Nick and Joe, for real belly laugh. Geiga. Alpha Geek to you says, solution, allow all parents a free license to kill / maim or castrate an offender. Let the fear motivate them to seek treatment. Gabe the Dizzle again says 6 to 10, mostly physical and some sexual abuse. Then mom married closeted sociopath from the same cult, started doing fraud, illegality. Gabe the Dizzle says, stepdad, union thug, organized crime, him and mom involved in all sorts of fraud, identity theft, weird money stuff. He then says, family part of faith healing cult, never saw a doctor before 21, nearly died a few dozen times as a kid from neglect, just diagnosed at 43 with CPTSD. He also says, used to have sewing needles shoved under my fingernails when I was bad, got head bounced off dash of Dodge Omni for getting math questions wrong, would get thrown downstairs, doors closed on fingers, beaten with anything from riding crops to wire hangers. And he says, to everyone telling me to go away, F you, I'm not shutting up for you or anyone. If you're going to make money off hurt kids, I'm going to crash your party. Okay, I guess. Love you most. 326 says, end
Welcome
of the
to the party.
End of the Cannibro stream today. Judge says they should be done next week. And then an hour later, they announced the trial was delayed because Chandler has COVID. Mandy Karavicha says, I hope Nick and Joe got plenty of sleep. Your eyes are still squinting. William Barnes says they don't have to arrest the whole country for not paying taxes. They just reach straight into all your bank accounts and take the money. Kyan Rennell says Joe equals Chris Farley sketch on SNL with dumb questions. Gabe the Dizzle says, which therapist should I go to? The ones advocating for MAPS or the APA losers who've pathologized all masculinity as toxic? I'm not a therapist. Jonathan Bailey says, to be fair, when Jack Murphy was born, he liked watching the other babies getting slapped on the ass. New dislike button says, in my opinion, most LGBT people are radical. When people disagree, I lay out my criteria for radical. They then admit to being okay with it all. Go figure. Gabe Dizzle says, 8 years ago, I started calling every listed shrink in Psychology Today that allegedly specialized in trauma 9 months to 3 years waiting lists. Jake Cleveland says, I used to drink with a 70-year-old homo dude who died of AIDS. At the bar, he said being a homo is a choice. He was very adamant about it. STFU says, what do spinach and butt stuff have in common? I have no idea. Nicholas Cruiser, welcome to paralegal status. Kick Jack Smurfy says, taking new medication that can change food taste. No, it was, I'm not changed medication. I'm pretty sure it was the COVID. Nicholas Cruiser says, yep, my subscription auto canceled. Locals, it is. That's the way to do it, man. Mm-hmm. Locals is the way. Angry Bellsprout says, how do we know the cops didn't plant head in the fireplace? Also, why not call people Anglophobes? Azriel Bain says, hey, Nick, random question, but could you possibly recommend anyone that does detailed 3D or sculpture type woodworking? I don't think so.
You're probably better off recommending a family lawyer to someone in Iowa than
I have no idea who does 3D sculpture type woodworking. Sorry. Chuck Ross says, I had a friendship breakup over this topic. He was my best friend for over a decade. He's been moving further left for years now. I broke it off because he doesn't think it's wrong to touch kids. Whew.
That's part of the whole Overton window, which is shifting further and further to the left, where they're going to start telling their own followers at a certain point That's what it's not even you and me that they're prepping it for. The first stage is that they want to basically get the wokesters on the left to recognize that if you do not accept it, because hey, we're saying they're born that way. Once we say they're born that way, if you don't accept them and tolerate them, well, in that case, you're a racist, just like all those Trump voters. So that's basically, you have, when you sign up for the woke ideology, you are a slave to whatever new agenda they come up with tomorrow. And if you don't follow along, even though you were our blood brother for the last, 10 years, we'll kick you right out and we'll kick you to the curb. So.
Lori sent a donation. Thank you. Ryan H says the iFunny video is 15 seconds. Important for Joe.
The I video?
The iFunny. Someone sent me a video, I think on Twitter. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. You're right, guy. I've been caught in 4K. I don't follow Runkle of the Bailey. It's not personal. I already have him in DMs. So it wasn't
he slips into his DMs on the down low.
Yeah.
I want to share with you something that I shared on my stream, which I actually thought was hilarious.
Just a second.
I'll share this with you in the private chat for you to share.
Oh my gosh, this is annoying. iFunny videos are irritating because they don't have like a normal thing. Here we go. All right, you ready? Ready for the video, Joe? He was so tired of the coughs caused by smoking that he switched to electronic cigarettes. Here we go.
Okay. Yeah, my video is better. But
okay, did you put it in the private chat?
Yeah.
All right.
It helps teach you a foreign language if you want to learn Abo.
This is.
Do you speak Abo?
Isn't this thing this is 2 minutes long?
Yeah, but the first 60, the first 45 seconds gives you the whole joke. It's just a joke that works for 2 minutes.
Oh, there was no sound on that? You didn't miss anything. That was weird. That was a weird video.
Yeah, there was no sound on it, but it didn't.
Yeah, I was not a.
Make sure there's sound, otherwise it's not going to work at all.
I've got the sound on this one. Here we go.
This is an important message to keep Aboriginal people safe.
They're teaching Aborigine here.
And the message, a proper important one to keep everybody safe one.
She's translating into Aborigine.
Die from the corona or get really sick.
You can pass away from this corona, or you can get really sick one.
It's time to get the corona needle to keep people and country strong.
Again, it's time to get them this needle from the corona to keep them, but all the people and country proper strong ones.
The corona needle will protect kids, old people, men and women.
Well, the corona needle, keep them a safe one for all the kids.
Look at his face. He's dying on the inside. The corona needle. Keep all kids safe.
I like the translation is literally the exact same word.
Safe big time.
Oh my god.
Keeping it safe big time.
Oh, it's keeping it safe. I seriously was dying. When I saw that, I just couldn't stop laughing. I was like, this is the translation into Aborigine. Like, the Aborigine wouldn't understand the original.
So we gotta help him out. Oh my goodness. Chris Hewitt says, Ricada, please explain why children cannot consent. Isn't this why children have legal guardians? My girlfriend wants to teach her 2-year-old son to consent, and I told her she's retarded. Look, children, how do I word this? Children can't legally consent. We don't accept their legal consent. We don't allow them to sign as a binding agreements, contracts, or anything like that. Now, Can children express preferences and desires, like for a Pop-Tart or like a banana or something? Sure, of course. Can they say yes or no to various food choices? And do children make choices? Yes. But can they consent to sexual activity? The reason we say no is because, one, sexual activity is something, no matter what the propaganda around it is, it's something more than just a physical act, right? There's something in there. It has hormonal attachments to it. It can cause various levels of attachment to the other partner that go beyond mere preference. And so with the permanent repercussions of sexual activity, especially in regards to children, we just simply put it in the same category as other areas where we don't let children have legally binding consent, like contracts, like voting, things like that.
No capacity.
Right. They lack the capacity to make sufficient decisions, is what we've decided as a society. And I think that decision is an apt one, frankly. I'm okay with that. I'm very much okay with that.
I need a minute, so hold the fort for me. You just keep doing what you're doing. All right.
Okay.
But everyone, just hold down the fort. Hold down the fort while I'm going.
I'll try and do that.
You got it.
Kyle J says, "What are your guys' thoughts on the recent FBI Senate hearing?" I'll wait on this one till Joe gets back because he was talking about it. Cindy Sturgill says, "What's going on with all these missing kids? Is it just, or are they vanishing into thin air? One little girl in New Hampshire last seen 2019, but not reported until recently. If she was last seen in 2019, but not reported till recently, look into the parents." Otto Rommel says Congress needs to pass a law to declare banks and credit card processors so they can't deny service to gun shops, etc. Yeah, I agree. They should be common carriers outside of very specific instances against the bank. Let's see. Vienticus Prime says transgender surgeries were done in Auschwitz. Lady Babylon says Sparta proved gay is nurture. Boys at 9 were taken to the agoge and raised by older men that were like dads, teachers, lovers, made new wives look like young boys since they had never slept with a woman. Lori says fire, check Twitter, Ronald McDonald House evicting unvaccinated kids. Yes, I did see that. Angry Bainley says, Joe, can you tell Nick to do a movie night today? Thanks. Base Crocodile says smoke American spirits, all natural, just don't inhale. Joel Reese says, eat a hand grenade, choke on arsenic, have a lead breakfast. Damn, Raggets, you're killing me with these. Keep them coming. Andrew Haskins says, in Kermit voice, we are the chat. Our wallet's out. We type the words. You scream out loud. We're Nick Simps. Have a wonderful Nick Simp time. Bad Dragonite says, I searched V Radio and this stream popped up. Gamer Chair is a bench press. Says, I was able to quit smoking in 4 days by vaping. Then after 4 years, I saw my dad nearly die and they had to cut open his chest. Huge scar. And I was able to quit vaping within 10 days. Damn. Eric Winberg says, okay, Joe, stop messing with us. G, message retracted. Shador says, necrophilia is a victimless crime. Pranav Oja says, Chandler seems to have done a very sloppy job with his alleged crime for someone who, by the prosecution's admission, did an articulate job in hiding his employment and education from his parents. He suddenly became the world's worst liar and concealer. Angry Bainling says, Nick, look, you have another Indian viewer. I do, yes. I have for a while. Wrestler Town says, free Barabbas. Z. Michael Gelke says, can we watch the Jesus movie with commentary? I don't think so. Only if it's on Prime. Passion of the Christ might be on Prime, but I think it's like 2.5 hours long. Z. Michael Gelke. Kyan Rennell says, Joe, please interrupt Nick with more dumb questions. Joel Reese says, I had a priest in World of Warcraft named Barabbas. Bad Dragonite says, I took the crucifixion as being all are at fault. STFU says the final straw was the moneylenders in the temple. Cars in Depth says gospel account is at odds with Jewish jurisprudence. Jesus committed no capital crimes in Jewish law. Yes, that's actually true. That's actually true. And I think that's, if I remember right, that's actually in the Bible, is that they couldn't find a criminal act to prosecute him under. Base Crocodile says, you're welcome for my anti-Semitism. Ha ha ha. Lamer says Roman justice at the time of Jesus Christ was to defer to local law so long as they were loyal to Rome. Benjamin Dustin says, you have to know everyone involved was a Jew except the Romans. Jesus was a Jew. His followers were Jews. The fact that they were Jews wasn't the issue. It was the hypocrisy. Ingrid Bainling says, Vishnu wouldn't allow a bunch of silly Romans to crucify him like that. It's time to switch gods to Vishnu. You know it. I know it. Jesus knows it. Yeah, you know what? I don't know that Vishnu is the go-to on this one. I don't know. Since Vishnu is like subservient to a whole bunch of other gods or whatever. Corey Cast says, oh shit. We've got some more for Joe that I just saw. We'll get back to those in a minute. Corey Cass says, should watch Life of Brian with Joe. Great movie. One Step Too Far says, never forget the first rule of politics. Always know if the juice is worth the squeeze. Wrestler Town says, pro tip, if you live in Florida, always check the abuser registry whenever you make a new friend. 1 out of 5 chance they will be on it. Blazecast says, Christ's divinity has had the largest impact on the planet. Someone's still salty after 2022 years. Jesus is ultra Chad. One Step Too Far says, what outs them? Their hard drive. Frog Mechanic says, pedos claiming themselves to be so to a medical professional will legally mark themselves as a sexual offender with not hurting anyone. Why didn't you get Ken on this show? Because I was talking to Joe about the agenda. Ken was going to come on here. He's going to talk about all this like reality of therapy and people and stuff like that. I wanted to talk to Joe about the agenda. That's what we're here for today. I don't know that it will legally mark them as a sex offender. I don't think going to a therapist and admitting that you have an attraction towards children will mark you legally as a sex offender. I'm kind of curious what that is supposed to mean, but my understanding of that would not conform to what you said. Luke Wee says, hey, I emailed you, Nick, years ago and never got a response back from a question about my former employer not paying me. So calm down and take a number. Sorry, Luke. One Step Too Far says, Gabe, you could have bought a portable silicone pocket lady friend who does exactly what you demand of her with all this super friendship dollars you're spending. DC All the Way says, epigenetics is about environment impacting cells. Genetics can alter under different circumstances. Makes you wonder about homosexuality. Lord Meow says, what is the story with that terrified cat painting behind you? I'll tell you in just a second. And Tomorrow V says, biblical theme, would appreciate both your takes on Romanian V's Samson was a simp. Romanian V's Samson was a simp video. Samson was a simp. Oh my gosh. This guy does everything Delilah asks. Oh, embarrassing. Samson's out there killing 1,000 men or whatever with just a jawbone of an animal. He's like, who needs a sword? I'll just bust motherfuckers down with this thing. And then he comes back and Delilah's like, oh yeah, I'm going to need you to cut your hair. I'm going to need you to do this. I'm going to need you to do that. And he's like, oh yes, queen. Yes, queen. Yes, yes. Oh God. This. Okay. So the cat picture. The cat picture. So there was Judge Jeffrey Middleton in Michigan. He was holding court. No, was it Judge Middleton? I don't think this one was Judge Middleton. Anyway, there was some judge holding court during COVID. All the court Zoom meetings were like broadcast all over the place. And in one of them, a lawyer pops on the Zoom call and he's got a cat filter on. So he looks like a cat. It's a giant cat face. And he's sitting there and he tells the court, he's like, I would just like to let the court know I am not a cat. Right. And yeah, it was down in Texas and he sounded like he was 70 years old or whatever. His granddaughter had been playing or had been using Zoom on his computer and left the filter on. And so he couldn't figure out how to turn it off. He's like, I'm not a cat. I am ready to proceed, Your Honor, if we need to. He's ready to litigate the case as a cat. And so that was kind of memorialized on the internet. And then my friend, Eric Waugh, who's an artist, he painted that. And he often does paintings, especially like meme type paintings, or pop culture moment paintings. He does a lot of a lot of paintings. He's a professional artist, but he does these, and then he'll auction them off and then donate the proceeds to charity. So he auctioned that off, and I had to buy it right away. It was just too perfect. Well, what I'm left with now are just questions for Joe. I've got 3 specific questions for Joe, or 3 things for Joe. One's not a question, one's a statement. So we got that. So let me just wrap up the other stuff real quick. Who is Edgecomb? Edgecomb is accused of shooting an immigration attorney in what is considered to be potentially a road rage incident. Let me see if I can pull it up here. We'll take a look at it till Joe gets back. Let's go to heavy.com. 5 fast facts you need to know about Theodore Edgecomb. So we'll pull this up and see what they have to say. Theodore Edgecomb is a black man. It's a first line from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who is claiming self-defense after being accused of homicide in the shooting death of an immigration attorney named Jason Clearman. Some of Edgecomb's supporters are drawing parallels with the Kyle Rittenhouse case, in which a 17-year-old shot and killed 2 men in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and wounded a third. The parallel is that both men were being pursued by the men they shot, at least in one case when it comes to Rittenhouse, who shot 3 people. Rittenhouse was acquitted after a nationally publicized trial. Edgecomb's trial has not started, but so far his case is flying beneath the national radar in comparison. Dr. John Black, a use of force expert in the Rittenhouse case, that's not correct. I mean, he is a use of force expert, but in the Rittenhouse case, he was not allowed to be a use of force expert, but a video expert, is also scheduled to testify in the Edgecomb trial. Trial was postponed because the judge and others involved in the case have COVID. This was back in December. It's happening on the 18th. Judge David Borowski confirmed to Heavy. Borowski said he is asymptomatic. Court TV was scheduled to cover the trial, which will now be held on January 17th, 2022. I got to check this because I heard January 18th more recently, but I'll check it. He's planning to testify that Clearman, who was white, called him a racial slur as he charged toward him with his arm raised after making a death threat. According to WISN TV, under Wisconsin law, the accused must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they were in imminent. Nope. They got this way wrong. Imminent fear for their life or great bodily harm for themselves or another at the time they opened fire. This is very, very incorrect legal analysis from heavy.com. Good job. If it can be shown that the accused provoked the confrontation, the hurdles to prove self-defense are higher. Well, he already has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, according to you, Heavy. How would it possibly? How could it be higher?
It'd probably be just the opposite. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not fear for his life.
Yeah, that's the actual standard.
Yeah.
The accused must have exhausted all possible avenues of escape and given adequate notice of withdrawing from the confrontation. Edgecomb is represented by attorney Ivory Lamar. Heavy has reached out to Lamar for an interview. So it says it started with a swerve and punch. What the hell? I'm not going to read through all of these. We'll just read through the number of facts. Number 2, his attorney released a video that says that they show Clearman chasing him down. Court filings accuse Clearman of using a racial slur as he threatened to kill Edgecomb. There's the knife that the defense lawyers say he had when he confronted Edgecomb. Edgecomb's mother describes him as a very humble person. His lawyer says self-defense is clear. Next, we've got...
They show a video of the killing?
It's the same. I don't think it's of the killing. We'll go back and watch it. But people have supported both Edgecomb and Clearman in the Milwaukee County and community and online. And then finally, number 5, Edgecomb had pending charges when the shooting occurred. Uh-oh. Bail jumping charges. Although it won't factor into his claims for self-defense, which revolve around addressing what happened in the seconds before he fired and whether his belief was that he was in reasonable danger. He is currently in Milwaukee County Jail on $250,000 bail.
I think the most critical question, though, is did he cross state lines?
He has an open case out of nearby Waukesha County for a string of charges: causing injury while drunk driving, carrying a concealed weapon, disorderly conduct, resisting an officer, operating a firearm while intoxicated, and causing injury while operating with a PAC over allowed limits. All misdemeanors. They're all misdemeanors, but his carrying of a gun may have been prohibited by law when he did the shooting, which means he may not be guilty of the shooting itself, but he may be guilty of a different criminal act that involved a gun that resulted in death, which could still be a very high sentence. 2019 felony case against him in Milwaukee for substantial battery and disorderly conduct as a domestic abuse incident was dismissed when the state's witness failed to appear. He does not have a felony record. In the past, he was cited for disorderly conduct, was convicted of misdemeanor carrying a concealed weapon. A restraining order was issued against him, and he had several paternity cases. Of course he did.
He gets around.
Okay, here's the video. Let's see.
Okay. It's Edgecomb.
There's no actual volume, guys. It's not on me. There's nothing on the thing. Here's Clearman. So there he goes, kind of runs him off the side. He's on a bike
He gets
or something. Then he's following him. It's kind of running towards him. There's a shooting.
Yeah, this is not really great video.
Not great video. He does get very, very close. If he's got a knife, very possible that he's got some.
There's no way to know from that video, at least.
Yeah, so that'll be an interesting one to watch. It's not as clear. It'll be more like what would have happened in Rittenhouse with less evidence, with less video, and we'll get to see how they make that case. So I think it'll be really interesting.
Yeah, I expect he's probably going to take the stand if he's going to argue self-defense.
Well, according to Mark Richards, you got to take the stand in Wisconsin if you're doing a self-defense. People want to hear about it. Do
you think that Chandler's going to take the stand?
I have no idea. Chandler's not claiming self-defense. Their theory is they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think he's going to take the stand. The entire trial is about how much of a liar he is.
He said for self-defense you have to take the stand, or he said that's what Mark Richards said?
That's what Richard said for self-defense.
I thought he was saying defendants in general.
No, he was saying for self-defense, you got to take the stand. The jury wants to hear from you.
See, in general, that's what I would have thought, but then I figured there was so much video in Rittenhouse that the video spoke for itself. Normally, self-defense, I would agree with that. In this circumstance, I think that the extensive amount of video sort of testified. It was like a picture was worth a million words. So that's why.
One of the interesting things Mark Richards said is that that Kyle had to take the stand because they did a mock jury, and in the mock jury, right, Kyle had to take the stand. We've all overlooked something, and me too. We're being very deferential to the quality of Mark Richards' arguments at the test juries, right? So we all said, oh, wait, they did mock juries. And in the mock jury where Kyle took the stand, he did better. But what we're all ignoring is that Mark Richards very likely gave the same quality of defense in the mock jury that he did at trial of Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right.
That's not actually making that great of a case.
But he was saddled with that defense counsel in his trial. So maybe if Mark Richards is your lawyer, then you do need to take the stand. Other Minnesota defendants claiming self-defense who have video would not need to take the stand. But if Mark Richards is your lawyer, you do need to take the stand.
Could be. Okay, there were just like 3 chats for you that I waited.
All right.
I waited for. Mandy Karavicha says, Joe, could you now misinterpret the Quran, please?
By the way, I want to be clear. Anyone who's confused, I wasn't interpreting the New Testament at all. I was genuinely asking questions.
Yeah, no. I didn't take it as misinterpreting. Radio Ruin followed up and says, it's not anti-Semitism. It's critical Semitic theory.
So that only proves my point, because everyone knows that CRT is completely racist. So yeah, that is anti-Semitism. But that actually makes it less. That follow-up is much less anti-Semitic. That's genuinely funny. Good job.
Kyle J says, what's your guys' thoughts on the recent FBI Senate hearing? I was so perplexed by their answers. They said to me, we're better than the people we serve, and they'll never know the answers to our perpetual investigation. I didn't watch it, but you were watching it on your channel, right?
I watched it's worthwhile watching 3 minutes. It's a 3-minute video of Ted Cruz asking the FBI questions, which is, I can show you
Ted's doing damage control, right?
He totally is.
He's got to come out hard.
Yeah, and he did. It came out really hard. Here's the link for you.
Oh, should we watch it real quick?
Really, 3 minutes is really not anything.
Okay.
He does a good job. So
it's already late, but we'll do it. I mean, I only have to drive kids at like early in the morning.
Yeah,
it's fine. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Let me get this maximized. But okay, here we go, guys. Let's see what Mr. Cruz has to say, and then after this, we'll finish up the show.
I want to turn to the FBI.
There's an echo. It's not Nick or me.
Or confidential informants actively participated in the events of January 6th.
Sir, I'm sure you can appreciate that I can't go into the specifics of sources and methods.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants actively participate in the events of January 6th? Yes or no?
That's the FBI echoing, because until the FBI lady got on the screen, she didn't do that. She couldn't be bothered to put in some fucking headphones. Anyway, so he's straight on answer. Did any FBI agents at all participate?
Yes or no?
Sir, I can't answer that.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants commit crimes of violence on January 6th?
Guys, I cannot turn it up. It's maxed out. Sorry.
I can't answer that, sir.
Did any FBI agents or FBI informants actively encourage and incite crimes of violence on January 6th?
Sir, I can't answer that.
Ms. Sadburn, who is Ray Epps?
I'm aware of the individual, sir.
Do you know who he is?
The specific background to him.
Well,
he's important.
I mean, I've heard the name.
Yeah, he's about to go into it.
Yeah, we're going to be really quiet, and I'm going to let the video just play out with no commentary for the next 2.5 minutes. Okay, guys? So turn up your volume. We'll mute so that, and then we'll talk about it at the end, so that way we don't blow people out on the audio. All right, because I cannot turn it up anymore. It's maxed out. So here we go.
There are a lot of people who are understandably very concerned about Mr. Epps. On the night of January 5th, 2021, Epps wandered around the crowd that had gathered. And there's video out there of him chanting, "Tomorrow, we need to get into the Capitol, into the Capitol." This was strange behavior, so strange that the crowd began chanting, "Fed, Fed, 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 Fed." Ms. Sandburn, was Ray Epps a Fed?
Sir, I cannot answer that question.
The next day, on January 6th, Mr. Epps is seen whispering to a person, and 5 seconds later, 5 seconds after he's whispering to a person, that same person begins to forcibly tear down the barricades. Did Mr. Epps urge them to tear down the barricades?
Sir, similar to the other answers, I cannot answer that.
Shortly thereafter, the FBI put out a public post seeking information on individuals connected with violent crimes on January 6th. Among those individuals, in the bottom there, is Mr. Epps. The FBI publicly asked for information, offering cash rewards leading to information leading to the arrest. This was posted, and then sometime later, magically, Mr. Epps disappeared from the public posting. According to public records, Mr. Epps has not been charged with anything. No one's explained why a person videoed urging people to go to the Capitol, a person whose conduct was so suspect the crowd believed he was a Fed, would magically disappear from the list of people the FBI was looking at. Ms. Sandburn, a lot of Americans are concerned that the federal government deliberately encouraged illegal and violent conduct on January 6th. My question to you, and this is not an ordinary law enforcement question, this is a question of a public accountability. Did federal agents or those in service of federal agent actively encourage violent and criminal conduct on January 6th?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Thank you.
Liar. Why the hell was he not charged? That's real incitement.
Why?
That's real incitement.
Ed.
Yeah, that's the only explanation. And Adam Kinzinger, the simp cuck, how the hell this guy got elected by Republicans is humiliating. It's a stain on Republicans forever. I think Lincoln is rolling in his grave. So this guy got up there defending the January 6th committee statement, which was made on Twitter hours later, saying, we know that Ray Epps is not a Fed because we called him and asked him, and he said he's not a federal agent and that he's never been an informant for them or had any relationship with the FBI. So that's how we know. That's how they know. Why don't they ask the FBI? Like, why that you trust this idiot to say that? I mean, what does that even mean? What the hell?
I just want to say, Joe, that we did this really hard thing of being quiet specifically, so we didn't like come in too loud over the video so people could turn it up. You came in immediately after the video was over at max volume. You're like, here's a Fed. You just killed everybody. You just murdered like 1,000 people.
I apologize.
Oh my gosh.
Mea culpa.
Okay, here we go. There's 2 more chats, and then I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I might go on Twitch for like an hour, but not for a movie. Baron's guy says, Joe, Jesus was nailed to the cross with railroad spikes. The cross was made of spruce, the best wood for a violin. Voice box voice. Mate Nation.
Oh my God.
Second says, Nick, don't get 6 cents. Hey, that's my bike.
I would like to thank my guest, Joe Neerman, for coming on the show. Everyone should subscribe to Good Logic. He's a wonderful guest and an awesome thinker and speaker.
Thank you. Son of a bitch.
Uy99 says peace. Anything you want to say before we peace out, buddy?
I just want to thank you so much for that very disturbing imagery. It will haunt me now for like the next week or so. And yeah, thank you for having me on. It was really awesome. You are a phenomenal host. To make yourself look so much dumber than me the entire night, really, it was very, very thoughtful.
It's truly a gift. It's truly a gift.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Take care, brother.
Thanks to the chat. Thanks, Joe. I'll be over on Twitch in just a few minutes for, maybe an hour or something.
Oh, if you do that thing tomorrow, so link me up if I can get in. I'll try and jump in also.
Yeah. I just don't know what time yet, but I'll let you know when I figure it out. And to everybody else, if I don't see you on Twitch, I'll hopefully see you tomorrow daytime or tomorrow night or both. Have a good night, guys. Peace.
Godspeed.
Peace. Where's my thing? Oh, I moved it.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more of that bride. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now.